Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the ill-fated session 36.
Hell yeah.
Woohoo.
Oh, so excited. It's really early in the morning for a lot of us. So, yeah, anyways. Okay. So Twitch is having a really hard time keeping us stable. You're probably watching this and it's lagging out of control. Yeah, it's not I'm perfectly fine and I'm having no issues. So it's probably Twitch because, it's really early. And yeah, so stick with it. Hopefully it gets better. We're gonna hope. All right, so I'm gonna go through, give a recap to the party here off stream. So we made it more in depth. I'm just gonna touch upon like relevance now, like terms of where the party's currently at. So you all are in these spaces within Felgam. It could be maybe they're like pocket, like they might not even be like on this plane, given the fact that you had to like teleport to them through circles, particularly in the treasury artifact chamber, right? You had to actually answer uh the riddles or not the riddles, but really just kind of trivia questions.
Yeah.
And you had to answer those to get to that space. So it could be that these are in the tower. They could be underneath, right? Because the labyrinth was not entirely expansive, right? There's two different wings to the labyrinth, but it was only one single floor. So maybe there's like other hidden spaces that go under, just like teleport to you and back. Being a wizarding school is this, right? Why build stairs? um,
Sure.
yeah. And so right now, Thanos and Varys, you both are currently inside of the artifact chamber there. I try to recall place and positions and stuff. I think Maldor, you're the only one. Let's see, because I have your tokens down right now.
Maldor was at the old one room, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, talking to Linnea.
Yeah, I think you went. I think you went back down to the the Nine Realms, right into that chamber in the labyrinth. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
positions. And
I
then,
imagine he would be getting ready to head back up, but yeah, he just finished talking, so that's where he was.
okay, so you are still large, just FYI. That has not changed. And we still have yet to figure out if it's a if it's a permanent or temporary there. But hey, you know what? Ginormous got the strength. That's good. Porig, and then Tegan, and then Lucart. You're up inside of the Headmaster's chambers. That can be accessed by the first floor on the east side, right? So those have those kind of parallel, they're opposite of each other, the left and right of the first floor of the tower, and then those respective right circles will go up to the spaces. You can just kind of shortcut that. And given this, right, you can ask questions of Porig, or you think of questions you might want to ask. Maybe dust off more of those cobwebs and stuff. But Porig is really just kind of hanging out, chilling, talking to you both, just enjoying pleasant company. And it seems that they're not in that state of what is going on here, right? They are now more in a common place with themselves, and there is some triggering that happens with the pipe. So they take the pipe and they smoke it. That seems to might trigger that, and also the gift, and they might be kind of intertwined at that point. But we are going to go ahead and get to the looting because I'm sure everyone's super excited about that. Everyone loves looting. I don't think Melder you can see anything up here, so I'm just going to drag your token at least so you have vision there of the Headmaster's chambers. So as I described, the artifact chamber for you, Thanos and Varys, it has roughly kind of a 10-footish ceiling height. It still has the bronze kind of black metal plating that was on the outside of the tower, as well as the walls of the labyrinth. It's kind of that same design. So that's giving you kind of an idea. Hey, we're still in relatively the same place. The kind of cobbling of the floor is neatly done, and then you have these bronze tables that are put upon, and a lot of them have pedestals designed to hold specific items that are deemed powerful, given that they're covered in glass cases, and they also have plaques etched into the bronze plaque and then mounted at each base. and they actually describe the item. So there's not a lot of guesswork that's going to go into this. It's really just kind of coming up to which one and just looking and reading what it is. The shelving units are the same in the studies in the labyrinth, right? They're kind of these indentations, and then there's a series of three. And then they have scrolls, kind of like a lore room in terms of the spell books and the scrolls that are wrapped up. A lot of them are just kind of placed in areas where it might be the same author who had made them. And those are kind of notable professors of Felgim that have long passed. And it could be that they had achieved a great wealth of knowledge, and then that wealth of knowledge needed to be preserved, or they're just kind of preserving spell scrolls that can be used and to teach, right? So, had these higher level magics that they're potentially teaching to students as they rank up. Now, there's a four chests. The four chests are not locked; they're just kind of closed there, and one of the corners, and you have your loot. So, I actually have a journal entry that I'm going to go ahead and pop out. I believe I can do for everybody. Let's see here. I don't know if I could pop this particular style out. So let's see. Da 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 da. Not for Mr. Stream. Should pop out of your screens.
Hey,
Okay. So this journal entry, so this module allows like to distribute coin and other things. Really just using it as a foundation. You can even drag the items into your character sheets, right? Or just kind of looking at the items and clicking them, and then you should be able to drop. They should drop down. You should be able to read what they do. I'm going to go through the major items here, and then the spell scrolls that are there. Those are the amounts that are usable that you could go through the actual shelving and like funnel through the spell scrolls that would be usable that they have wrote. I'm not going to put the particular spells of each one because that would be ridiculous. And those are actually weighted into a table that I roll. So, if you're saying, "Hey, I want to try to find a specific spell," then I can actually roll the table for the spell level and see if that's going to be in the series of the spell scrolls. And that's just the easiest way to do it, and also, honestly, the most sensible way for realistic way, because you're kind of shoveling, you're just studying, and you're looking through. Now, in terms of spell books and spells, right? I don't know, I don't know if there's going to be enough time for that, and most likely it's going to be, Porg's not going to want you to take spell books out of here and just take them for yourself, being that they are of a private collection, that they're stored here, particularly because they are almost like memorabilia at that point, right? They're memoirs and these certain research notes that these great professors have done over the time that Felgrim has existed. So, but the loose spell scrolls, right? Those could be taken, so I put into here. Now, terms of the placards and the equipment, those are in the equipment and weapons. So those are like the big things that are in here, and really the only magical items that are put up beyond just like books and loose spell scrolls. And then the four chests contain 7,500 platinum, as well as a very odd bag. The bag itself has kind of this pattern of almost like island totem work upon it with like lots of yellows and reds and greens. That bag is its own chest. And then upon coming to that chest, there's actually like a placard on the base of it, right? Before you even lift the lid. And you have to kind of like look through the chest. And when you look at that, it says caution. Literally it. So, and then as you kind of flip the lid, you look in a little bit, right? And you see just that bag, just like sitting there in the middle of it. Right. I imagine that you'll go through and identify, or maybe an Arcana check to figure out what that is. And we don't really need to go through that. It's referred to as a bag of devouring. So it's kind of a weird item. And
I
just know that.
accidentally closed out your pop-up.
Okay, then I'll go
Sorry.
ahead. No, it's okay. What I'll do, let me see if I can just configure ownership. And then I'll put all players to observers. So you can go to the actual journal entry and open that up, and then I will pop it back out for you as well.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. So it's a bag of devouring, and it functions really ridiculously, where it's just like you put things in and they don't come back. It consumes them. So
And it might
What?
try to eat you when you put your hand in it.
yeah, it eats you if you try to put your hand in it.
But think about the options with polymorph.
So
Would you want this?
Because
Yeah.
you polymorph a bad guy and you throw him in the bag.
You go to buy stuff and then you tell you like, here, put your hand in here, you'll get your gold out.
Oh my god, y'all are awful.
Are you telling me you don't want a bag of devouring?
You can take it. I don't want a bag of devouring.
You already have a
I'm
house
just
that tries
saying-
to eat you. Now you're gonna have a bag that tries to eat you.
Yeah,
It
but I
would
can
be
have
like
them
if-
fight each other and see who wins.
You put the cabin in the bag.
Put the cabin in the bag to see who wins.
So there are
The
two
phrase
staffs.
"put the cabin in the bag" is too. It's just no.
Those two staffs are placed in the glass containers. There's a staff of Dunamancy and a staff of Fate. Then there's two books that are neatly placed on pedestals covered in glass that are outside of the shelves, right? Those are an Arcane Grimoire +2 and a Protective Versus. And then there is that gem, which is in its own pedestal and placed across kind of with its whole setting. And that is referred to as a Gem of Seeing. So those are the magical items that are present here.
All right. Well, I know what I want.
Do you have any questions on any of the particular items in terms of like what they are?
So the new possibility description on the staff of Dunamancy, you do this once a day, and then when you take a long rest, it comes back. Is that how that works?
Yeah, until the next dawn. So it has to be a new day, basically saying, "Oh, I failed." Right? I failed a saving throw. You can now just make that saving throw a success.
And it's only on you.
It's only for you. Yeah, it's only one time.
All right. That was pretty much my only question, is if it was for you or for your every wedding.
Yeah, what this comes down to is that these pretty much all these items require attunement. So
Mhm.
that's what it
The
kind of
bag
comes
of
down to
devour.
is what
I'm gonna
exactly
take
bag of
the
devour.
staff and the grimoire.
Am I attuned to right now? Yeah, I'm taking the bag and the gem. Bag of devouring and the gem of seeing. The gem of seeing is gonna be huge.
Yeah, so you should be able to request it. I think there's a way in here. and
Oh,
then-
yeah, there's a take
There's
button.
a take button. Yeah.
there's a take button for you.
Yeah.
There you go. It works.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yoink.
That's really cool. This module. Yeah. I haven't used this journal entry yet. And I'm like, oh man, I should do this more often. But
And then
cool.
for the spell scrolls, we can copy stuff down, but we don't take it. Right? Is that how that works?
no, okay. So the spell books, right? So I don't imagine that you all are gonna be here a long enough time to be able to get into the spell books and then to learn the spells. Okay.
Right.
It takes like 2 hours per spell level. So I mean, and then there's a time thing happening here too, right? So I don't think that you're gonna like sit here in the artifact chamber for like days worth of time working
Yeah.
through spells. And I also don't think that you're gonna take like a personal spell book from an old professor that is used as like a memoir of their life and it's stored
Yeah,
here.
I didn't want
right?
to take it. I just thought
So
that maybe I could copy some of the stuff down, but I didn't think about the time.
that's what I was saying. Is like I don't think that there is enough time. But I mean, you can consult your party for that. I mean, you can say, "Hey, are we gonna?" Sit 2
Well, I
weeks
mean, the
in?
scrolls you can take with you and then copy later, right? So,
And that's why I put the spell scrolls into here, just showing you kind of how many spells there would potentially be loosely out there that are not bound to a spell book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that.
Right. So that's the quantity and then the spell level of them, and they're like bound within their own cases, right? And it could be that they're from the same authors of the spell books that are the memoirs, but those are more or less stuff that they used for the students.
Right.
So those were their copy overs from their spell book that they would then hand to the students so that they can put in their spell books and learn and even use, right? Because you can activate a spell scroll, right, and use it.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. When I'm looking through the spell scrolls, the third level ones, is there any haste scrolls or lightning bolt scrolls?
Okay, so you're looking for haste and lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, are we leaving in or are we taking everything, or like are there?
No, I'm not taking everything. I'm just taking the stuff that I think is useful.
Yeah, we're leaving a staff, and it looks like a magic spell book.
and a bunch of money because I don't think it makes sense.
What's
to
the
take
other
all their
spell
money.
book do? Do we know?
Yeah, I'm not taking their money.
The other spell book requires attunement by a wizard. Is
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's pretty dope. It's focused on abjuration though.
yeah.
All right. There is. Should
Wait,
be able to change it. You should be able to see that.
So there's one haste and 2 lightning bolt.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna take.
so
those.
Peyton, you're getting a new staff.
Huh? Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Which, yeah, I was gonna talk to you about giving you the old one.
I can still use it even though I can't cast counterspell yet, right? It doesn't need to be like. It's just something I can have, or
I have no idea.
What are you referring to?
Half of word.
because the charge is on it or whatever. I didn't know if the user needed to be already able to cast the spells that were used in the staff.
No, they just it's based on attunement only. So usually it's attunement by a spellcaster, and then if it's particularly be attunement by a wizard. So the protective verses requires attunement by a wizard particularly. So no, you can't actually use that. And then the staff of fate simply requires, I believe, attunement.
Yeah,
Also,
I think he's talking about.
He's talking about the
staff
staff of
of warding.
Yeah,
The one
Yeah.
that
one
Raz has
is-
now.
Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah.
staff of warding. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking if you relinquish your attunement and then pass it over.
Yeah.
which I
Okay.
don't see it wizard. It's just
Yeah, it just requires attunement by a spellcaster.
Yeah, that would actually be dope as hell to have.
which you could cast counterspell through that because of the charges. So
Can't use the crossbow.
You just lay it across
yeah.
like a
You gotta have the staff out when you cast the magic, right?
And
So
it's
you
a
gotta have it out.
two-handed.
And you got to two-hand it when you cast it too. With the magical
I'll
staff
just
as
start
well.
beating shit with the staff now.
there you go.
We should grab you the staff of fate, so you also have a +3 staff to just beat stuff with.
Yeah, but I think it uses strength, right? Because it's a quarter staff.
Versatile.
Oh yeah, that's
quarterstaff uses dex.
Quarterstaff-
I
so
ain't no
versatile.
monk. Oh, are they?
Wait, staffs can
quarter
use-
staffs
yeah.
are versatile.
Or
Yeah.
staffs can use strength or dex. They're versatile. If that was the case, monks wouldn't use them, right?
Well, monks can do.
Well, monk
stuff.
weapon.
Yeah,
That's a
monks
monk
do
This is a
weird
monk
shit.
weapon, so it doesn't matter.
Damn, fifth
right.
edition.
That would probably be all I would take out of here, and then I would
Is the
head back to the
is the
to
staff
the-
of fate attunement?
Yeah.
Yep.
yes.
All right, then it's not worth. I mean, the warding's just straight up better for me because I only have one attunement slot left. So.
It is a
But-
+3 though.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, but it's a
I
staff.
use the rapier for memes, man.
Yeah.
It's really not worth it.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I
If
was
you were
more
a
thinking
monk,
about
it would
me.
be dope as hell. But
Use the
Oh
rapier
my
for
god, it'd
beams.
be insane.
I was thinking about grabbing it because it was a +3, and that would be better than my non-enchanted short sword.
I think
But-
that would be. I think, dude, grab it if you've got the attunement slot for it. Go
I
for
don't
it.
have the attunement slot as the issue. I'd have to give up the gem of seeing, which is going to be a lot more useful for me than.
Fair.
after the issues with the bat, I think that's on brand.
Yeah.
Just, no, never again.
Thanos is never
Is the
getting
gem
snuck
of
up on
seeing-
again. He's going to murder everything.
Does that gem give you true sight?
It does for
Yes.
120 feet.
That's insane.
Yeah, for 10 minutes. So
Yeah, for 10 minutes.
it's
but-
a temporary thing. I think the effect is a permanent thing, so you're just gonna toggle it on and off, right?
Hold on, I got to use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you for the update.
Oh, it does have charges, but that's fine.
does?
I don't think that I will really need 30 minutes of true sight at any point in my life. At a single day.
Not yet.
That's what you think.
I'm gonna say until we go into the march and there's like 8 more bats, and I'm like, God
I
damn.
don't need anything. All the bats are around you.
Honestly, the way that Bat and yours relationship was, like he would have just came in, like flown around for a minute, waited for you to use the gem, and then he would have flown away.
Yeah, he just would have
Off for
fucking
10
left.
minutes, yeah, and he come back.
Peace out, baby.
Hmm.
Okay. So me gonna take the platinum.
Wait, there's platinum?
I feel
There's
like
a lot of platinum. There's a shit.
it's like,
ton.
hey,
500
we need
pieces of
we
platinum.
need magical
Huh.
power to kill our enemies. We took all your money too.
Yeah, that was. I was
Porig doesn't need any money. He's not
I
leaving
didn't
this
see the
tower.
platinum.
I don't know. Yeah, I felt
You
really
know-
weird taking the money after taking a bunch of.
Didn't we
Uh,
say we were gonna bring
like
the shit back
superpower.
too?
Priceless artifacts.
You
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, we also
say,
talked about
You did
he's
also
gonna bring
say
it
you would
back.
bring them back.
So you
So
can
how
take
the
the
fuck
money,
are we
but
gonna
you're
bring
gonna
the
owe
money back?
Porig interest.
Yeah, you'll.
Can we,
you'll
can we take? Can we take a loan?
Yeah.
Just say,
You'll take
we,
a
just
loan.
take we could just take half of it, and then if still a lot of fucking money.
But we're never
You
gonna
can
pay
take half
back.
of it if you think it's. if
Yeah,
you
I'm
want.
not there. You guys do what you want to do.
I won't take it, so that's up to you.
I don't think Thanos would take it as the issue. Where's
Tegan at
Tarkin
the
when
start
you
of the
need him?
campaign definitely would have taken it.
I think while we're like looking through all this stuff, I'm just gonna look over to Thanos and be like, so after you kill all the people on like your revenge list, right? I guess that's how that works, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's next? What's your plan?
I believe the plan at that point is to return the favor to Maldor and kill his revenge list. Since he's helping me with my revenge list.
Got it.
Just a lot of killing.
Yeah.
I have been trained for one purpose and one purpose only. I don't know that I know much more than that.
It's fair.
Fair enough. And then I'll probably start to head back to the headmaster's chamber.
Okay.
Europe.
All right. So we'll probably just have everyone, gonna be there at the same time. That's fine. So we can just kind of regroup. So Baldor, you kind of stride in. Lowering your head.
Like
Circle
crawl
down.
in. Yeah.
Crawling in, coming into space, and see that Porig is just simply talking about different vegetation on the island. In the hand. Speaking as you all kind of begin to teleport back into space.
Tegan's
So-
doing paces behind him while he's on the couch with the crossbow just pointed at his forehead, just pretending to shoot.
I'm pretty sure you're just vegging out, just waiting, right? And after some time has passed in terms of looting and movement, I'd probably say it's been kind of an hour-ish, And yeah, Thanos, you're a little bit exhausted still from your gift, but you both are rolling in items as you pass through, holding right the chest, just kind of holding it as you're coming into space, and pouring back to you, and grease for you. It envelops and then disappears. Now that you've just kind of walked up to the bar, just kind of turn the head, pull the arms a little bit, crouch down really low to the ground. You're all here. You got it.
What'd you guys find?
Oh, I don't have any vision of the. That's weird. Hold on.
Ferris
I'll
has been blinded.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'll reload the game and see what happens.
Both these spaces are on the same exact map, so I just transferred you over.
Okay, there we go. I have some gifts for you, Tegan. And
Oh boy.
I'll head to Tegan, and I will give him the haste scroll and the lightning bolt scroll.
Transfer those.
Huh?
Trade them.
Yeah. How do you do that?
I believe it's right click and then send a player on the item in your character sheet.
Can I use the lightning bolt scroll?
So spell scrolls are they are different in terms of a magical item is pulling the magical out, whereas the spell scroll bears in this mystical cipher. If I remember correctly, it is a consumable that can be used by spellcasters, but they still have to have it on their spell list.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think that was how that worked.
Yep. I
thought
don't
it was-
believe. Yeah, I think you have to have it on your available spells to you to be
Oh,
able to use, but they still function as a consumable for all spellcasters. So I do not believe lightning bolts is on the bard's spell list.
No,
That'd
it's
be-
not.
That'd be
It's,
kind of cool, though.
is
Your
haste
guitar.
on your spell list, Tegan, or no?
Yeah. I think haste is right. Haste is bard's bard.
I think it is actually.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Damn,
What?
I grabbed these for you.
The bard spell list is very narrow, to be honest. Like magical secrets
Yeah.
makes up.
Haste is just sorcerer and wizard.
Damn,
Wow.
that sucks.
Rest in peace, bard.
I got these for you. Unfortunately, you can't have them. Okay, well then I will give him.
Well, fuck you then.
I'll give him the staff of warding. Warning.
It just beeps
I'm
every time you get near something dangerous.
warning you.
Beep, 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 beep. It's just constantly going off while we're sleeping because it's just like upright facing Thanos the entire time.
It's like there's an invisible dude wandering around the camp at night, making sure you guys are safe. But I don't know.
That's
You're all thinking out like a fucking metal detector.
It gives you +1 to all saving throws too. This thing's fucking dope. I love this thing. I'm so glad. Thank you.
welcome.
So funny.
Actually, I should probably not attune to it yet because I don't have time to. So we'll figure that out after.
And then yeah, I guess the other thing I was thinking about is, if Thanos, how are we gonna get Thanos more bolts? Because that's pretty high priority for us.
You're telling me in the Magic Wizard Vault there were no crossbow bolts?
I'm just gonna throw all of the bad guys into my new bag.
Just gonna like tackle him.
Oh, the sprites won't get resurrected in this bag.
You're such a bastard.
Pixie Genocide.
But
That would be a great punk band name. Pixie Genocide. That's
Pixie Genocide. Yep, that's a good name.
Yeah, Or do you know if in You mentioned that there was a dock in a small town. Was there a blacksmith in that town that may still be usable? Like a blacksmith refinery? Anything?
What?
The town where the dock was? Do you know if there was ever a blacksmith there?
Are you saying? Oh, I, yeah, maybe. Yes, I could be a smith there.
Mind if I steal some of these old Talthar weapons from the ground?
If you want. They're just there for decoration now. Like you've already taken much of the treasury, the artifact room.
To be fair, did you really want this bag? All you said was caution and didn't want anyone to touch it. I'm going to treat it
Oh,
with respect.
That's an old friend.
Does it have a name?
Doesn't really speak. I used to call it Artemis.
Artemis. Okay. I'll make sure to keep Artemis well fed.
When I grew up on the island, there was a bully. That came very handy dealing with that bully.
I just almost spit up my water.
Did not see that one coming
No.
from Porig, I'm not gonna lie.
Or don't fuck around.
Elgin and the surrounding areas are ruined, but a small town near the dock of the Nafi Bay might have a spit. Talthar has destroyed much, and they took many. Don't think there's going to be much left for you. Maybe a forge that can be relit, perhaps. Very nice to have such good company. It's been a long time.
Yeah, for sure. I learned a lot about the local wildlife and vegetation. Eyes wide open, just staring at the party, being like, "I can't. I made a grave mistake," is what my eyes are saying.
We could stay longer if you like, Tika. There's no rush.
Yes.
Oh, but we have so many dragons to kill and people to save. I don't know if we have the time nor the resources to waste.
But thank you
Yes,
for all your help.
Of course, your quest is destined for greater things. I'm sure that the old one told you this. Is good. Well,
What do you suppose would happen to your longevity if the old one was destroyed?
I wouldn't think of anything like that. It could never happen. Destroy an entity that is outside time would need, you would have to be outside time. I don't know if we could live like that. Make for a good thesis.
Perhaps I'll return one day and we can speak more on how such a thing might be possible.
Perhaps so. I have spent many years learning about the old one. There was a domain or a place, plane, but my research was always for naught. Connection of the waters of this island to it was the only way to speak. And strangely, it's rather one way. Those that spoke, they often would not receive an answer.
Perhaps a lack of interest on his part, their part.
Or not asking the right question. Long ago, when the first settlers arrived here, pushed from their homes during the wilds by dragons, fey deities that had many servants worshippers arriving from the fey, while there were these things here that helped build. They did not speak either, but they all were connected to the island. Our, the old one. They are long gone. Called back, perhaps. So there could be a way. Those were returned. There might be a way to go to where the old one is in some physical sense.
I have been where those things are and where they come from. Killed many.
What?
Perhaps a story for another time.
Oh no, I would like to hear it now. Can't just edge me like that. Let's go.
Perhaps while you
Tegan.
and the old man share stories, I'm gonna go to town and see if there's a forge.
Yeah, I think I'll join you. As much as this old,
Innocent, man.
tossing back and you guys have a good day.
I love it. Okay. So you right, heading to so Tegan and Thanos, you're gonna be heading to the small kind of village township thing that exists at the eastern dock. That's essentially the largest dock on the bay, right? The one bay of the island, right? You'll be heading in that general direction. This is gonna take a little bit in terms of time, right? It's gonna be taking at least it's a 2 to 3 hour hike. And luckily the island doesn't have a great deal of like dense rainforest vegetation, so it's kind of just cruising through some medium-sized grass, different shrubberies and other things, and then going through a series of dunes, working on potentially an established road or path that once existed. So you can be heading in that general direction. I will say that when you leave and then you go outside of the tower, you do hear a noise that's actually kind of comes through on the wind. It sounds like a monsoon's whistle. So I don't know if you know what that sounds like, but it's going to sound like this. And the sound, as you exit out, there's a slight rainfall and a little bit of wind kind of passing through, and the sound is traveling on the wind, coming from the west, on the opposite side of your particular destination. Coming back to decide what you want to do from there. Coming back to the conversation. It's Lucar, you're still chilling on the couch. Ferris, you're loving your magical items and attuning to them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to take a short rest so I could attune to everything.
Stroking his new staff.
Oh, you see as Porg slowly begins to walk up towards you, wobbling a small walking cane that they have, somewhat like a half staff. Right? You killed those creatures. Where do you come from?
I spent a considerable part of my early life as the sworn enemy of the Great Old One, although I knew him by a different name. I was tasked with protecting the Divine Gate. and his forces, those creatures, laid endless siege to it.
The bridge, the congruence is what the gate protects through the astral sea, the celestial domain, the plane.
Yes.
You said the old one was referred to as something else.
I knew him as the Devourer.
The title I have not heard for some time. Julian. And you believe they're one and the same?
He told me as much.
The old one had much to offer you then.
It was quite a conversation. It would seem my life has been manipulated by many forces far beyond my kith and kin. And I am pinned between the machinations of the Old One and Helm, my former deity.
Me help not complicate you. I would hate to cause more of push and pull. Deities are descendants from great creatures of the cosmos. They are with purpose, and this purpose overrules much of what they consciously know, consciously act. Is it as if you or I stood here and we believe that we were in control of our bodies? Really, it is just us looking through the eyes while our patterns and behaviors take over. Deities mean well. They are guided by this innate purpose. And it is to preserve themselves, to survive. It has long been studied that something had happened that formed creation. The primal material plane was at the focal point of that creation. Deities, to preserve their own creations, to protect themselves, they would need to fight others. Helm, like all deities, is no different. I can imagine that something had been done. They were driven to preserve their way, their life, their worship, their power. You were the focal point of that. Be it that it would be done, or be it that it would not be done, it would not matter.
He simply perceived me as a threat.
Precisely. Yes. It is sad but true.
Unfortunately for him, he has taught me to have the same reaction.
Well, we must shed shackles of our minds, see what could be possible. That is the beauty of all of us as we are here. There's so much potential to be more, to be greater, where we come from, who we were, what we are meant to be.
You know, I spent most of my life thinking that The gate was to protect the material plane from the machinations of other deities, that it was my duty to uphold that protection. But I'm starting to suspect that it is as much to protect the deities from us.
I believe so as well. There will be a time when we will rival the power of deities. That time might be nigh. The Damodar dragons, the power that they wield. Maybe that is what the Old One truly is. If they are known as the Devourer, then they are the balance. You see.
The problem I have with that is that most life does not exist in a state that the Old One finds palatable.
No, I don't think that palatable, I think, is a strong word to use there. Whereas deities see the Old One sees as well, but more through time. They share the same final statements of purpose. The balance, I believe, is necessary. Deities were to remain unchecked as they were, and there would be nothing to stop from their ambitions.
I feel as though if the Old One were allowed to similarly operate unchecked, that this entire plane of existence would cease to exist.
Balance requires push and pull, requires both forces to remain between, never together.
Or neither of the forces.
Remove them both. Task, I do not know if that's possible. Every fabric of space could be ruined. The life that you know would be gone. But that is all hypothetical.
Of course.
Even then, you stay safe. There's much to be done in our lifetime.
That is fortunately a problem for later. We have shorter-term concerns at the moment. I find it interesting that everyone seems to be universally aligned against Damodar. Yet, the Old One originally tasked Damodar with killing the dragons, and only tasked us with stopping Damodar when Damodar failed at that task and instead set out on whatever path it is that he is on.
Maybe Damodar is stricken with the same you are. Maybe the Damodar is the same as you. Wishes to destroy them both.
Perhaps. It does make me question his status as an enemy, although his tactics leave something to be desired.
The age of the Great Purge was a troubling time for many of those who wielded magic. The arcane, and even the natural. The Tauthars believed they were doing the right thing. Quench the reckoning. Necromantic energies and powers that were brewing in the depths of their most fortified city and citadel. I too agree the reckoning was needed to be stopped. There are multiple ways of doing things. Unfortunately, the Tauthars only saw one way to stop the threat. That led to more persecution, discrimination, destruction. That does not mean that all Tauthars are bad or evil or wrong. Nor their descendants. Were told the tale of the righteous glory. When we stood to protect Felgrim, we didn't stand to kill the Tauthars that landed on the shores. We stood to preserve the knowledge that we had collected and founded for a great millennia. Will. And even though many of my students and my fellow professors perished those months, what came after was exactly what we set out to do. Labyrinth was not touched, the studies remained, and the artifact chamber was fine. I spent much of my education learning divination and seeing the future's tendrils of prophecies, as well as the study of time. And I think that perhaps when we needed to be there to lose our lives, the Tauthars even find a way into the labyrinth, or to the artifact room, or to other places deep within. It's hidden away. I don't know. Possibility was there. So we stood. Maybe that was all the Tauthars acted on, was the possibility. I don't believe that is right or wrong.
There's a far cry between judging someone for what is and judging someone for what could be. As for myself, I think I've just had enough of other people's plots and schemes.
I agree. I think you should do what your heart tells you. Clearly, you were put in the middle for a reason.
Suppose we shall see. And Maldor's going to pull out because it just occurred to him. He hasn't been wearing his necklace, but it still has a stone in it. He's going to pry the gem out and then just take the amulet and just smash it to pieces.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, get out your anger somewhere.
The symbol held no more meaning other than a leash. It was time to be free of it.
I do have a question. Were you always supposed to be this big?
No, that's a more recent development.
No. Do you know if it's permanent or is it temporary? It'll be very
No
difficult for
idea.
you to move around your size.
It could be complicated, yes. All it has its uses.
All right. Well, welcome to stay as long as you wish and smash your amulet to even smaller pieces if you want. I'm getting very tired. You're more than welcome to stay and sleep and eat. Take a nap.
I believe I shall catch up with our friends who have departed.
Can you do that? You do that. Bye. It's the door.
Yeah, we should probably go make a game plan with the rest of them.
I'm not entirely sure they realized how far away the dock was. They've probably only made it like 100 feet.
Well, let's go check it out.
Thanos, are we there yet?
So, the really funny part about that conversation or that comment is, I think that when Thanos hears the whistle, he would actually look to see if there was any birds around.
There's birds around, small birds,
Okay,
finches, and other sorts of things.
he would actually cast Goodberry and then speak with animals to try to get a bird to call out to the birds and try to get a bird to come over to him.
Okay. Probably in a good berry. Sees the little finch comes over. Flies over. Just kind of here, chook, 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 chook. As the bird lands at a nearby bush, turns over and turns the head at you.
I'll give you this here berry if you do me a favor. Actually, I'll give you 2, and I'll hold out 2 of them on like my fingertips.
The tops of the branch, looking at the berries. How close is your finger?
It's probably about 6 inches away. Not close enough that he could steal it yet. I need you
Berries?
to fly. Berries, yes. I need you to fly in the west direction. However, I'm going to cast a little bit of magic on you so I can see through your eyes.
Berries?
Yes, berries. Berries, go that way. I'll give him one of the berries. I'll like put it on the branch.
Takes out flying. Flies a little bit to the way you pointed, then lands on a nearby ruined wall.
Birds. I hate
Should have found a
birds.
smarter bird.
I should have. Should have found a crow. Were there any crows? Crows
I
are
have,
smart.
dude,
No crows.
Hidden up.
I could send
Alright.
my familiar.
Why not get a seagull? I bet they're very smart.
Nope, it's fine. We're heading towards the town. We're gone. I tried.
He's over it.
Thanos,
You're over it
this
now?
is why I hate fucking animals.
Fuck it out of here.
I hate animals.
He takes a
Tegan
level of
just
druid.
watched-
He's like, "This is why I hate animals."
Tegan just watched the most I don't give a fuck person he's ever known in his life. Stop, go down on a knee, tweet at a bird, feed it a berry, and then just say I fucking hate animals and start running.
Walk
again.
away.
Fucking hate
Walk away.
animals.
Deacon's
just like-
just like, what the fuck?
Did you just have a stroke?
No, I was trying to see if I could get the bird to fly towards that whistle, because I was going to attempt to use the bird to see what was over there.
Okay, I'm glad there's an explanation because I thought you were going even more crazy than you already are.
No, the bird is lucky it's alive.
Mm-hmm. All right, whatever you say. Let's get to your little workstation.
Now you're patronizing me? Okay, sir.
Never.
Okay, so you're going to continue to go toward the direction of the township? Like Little
Yep.
Village? Okay. Sounds good. The rest of you all doing? So, Navarus, you're taking your short rest here to attuned items. Lucar, what are you doing?
Arm wrestling with Maldor.
You're following Maldor out of the tower, right? 'Cause Maldor's trying to catch
Trying
up
to
with the rest
catch
of
up.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay. So, frying Maldor, and then you eventually will get outside of the tower, and then you begin to head in the direction of the village. There's no whistle that was you could obviously perceive, right? Because that happened before. And so you're just kind of following the road out to the direction of the tower, meeting up with some ruined pathways and things, and then eventually you can see your party members in the distance, just because of everything, how it's kind of rolling and moving, and there's just not a lot of trees right there blocking your line of sight, and so you're just kind of going in their general direction at a little bit of a quickened pace to catch up with them. And at that point, you're able to kind of meet up. We're going to go ahead and fast track just a little bit. That was kind of like half an hour-ish, 40 minutes-ish in terms of the time that is relevant to you all. And then Varys, at this point, you've taken your short rest, and unfortunately, you're alone right up there.
Yeah.
I wakes up
think,
from a nap, like, where the hell did everybody go?
I think whenever I wake up, I'll like start to head towards where I heard them going, like towards where I heard Tegan and Thanos going. So I'm like, either they're like somewhere in this Tower of Lost, or they're over there.
Okay.
Thanos
you're
doesn't
now-
get
you're-
lost, sir.
Also, while we're in a transition period, this might be completely irrelevant, and there might be some mechanical things that make it work. But I just was looking at my character sheet. Are my +1s to saving throws getting added for my Cloak of Protection? Because it says I'm like, for example, like my intelligence is a +2 modifier, and I have a +2 to my save, but it doesn't show manually that it's getting the +1 from the cloak.
Let me take a look, see what your special traits are.
Jeez,
Because
you
when I
have a
got the
plus
staff,
two
I'm like, I'm gonna have insane saving throws, and I was like, that's weird. It seems kind of low, and then
Yeah, I think only my cloak only has +1 to AC as well. So
Yeah,
that's-
it's in your special traits. So if you go to attributes in the bottom, you'll see a little special traits with a cogwheel.
Mhm.
And then global saving throw bonus is 1 for both of you right now.
okay.
But yeah, there's no effect on the actual item itself. And then you're tuning to the Staff of Warding.
Yeah, if at all possible.
Okay, then I'll adjust it to it too. I had to manually do these adjustments because when I made these items prior, not the cloak of protection, but the staff is a unique. There wasn't actually an effect from MIDI to add a saving throw bonus, so that's another thing. Back in the day, so you have 2, and then Varys will have 1. So see this light right now? This is crazy. It's great.
That is crazy.
It's crazy. It's like bright light, rain, crazy. All right. So Varys, you're leaving, and then you're going in the direction of the small village. So upon arriving to this place, for a lot of you here, It's been pretty destroyed. I mean, it's pretty much just like shacks of wooden and stone rock walls of these like almost like beach rock that have been put together with like driftwood and stuff. They've been put up into lean-tos and other sorts of hut structures along a large kind of rolling dune-ish area with beach grass that grows quite large. And there's also some flowering plants that do come up as they form that separation from grass to dune. The place is relatively flat, so like the sand has kind of been pushed off, but then that sand's come back now, right? Because it's not being actively used. And so what you can observe is that some of the sand has like poured through. The doors have been smashed inwards. Some of that sand is like kind of rolled in. And the establishments and stuff are not two-story at all, maybe single story, and a lot of them have sunk downwards through the sand, like sifted down. And so you're kind of just walking through the remnants of what used to be. In terms of how many buildings, you say roughly 12 to 13 buildings, with a couple of them being slightly larger. And then from there, another pathway in the sand, now kind of overtaken, and they use kind of loose cobbled rock to try to kind of form something, but that's been taken over by sand as well as grass. That's going into a dock that has been very observably, intentionally destroyed. So you're seeing that there are leftover pylons from the dock that have different marks and different things in them, and as well as weathering from the rain and the wind and the waves over time. And then the actual planks of the dock are just gone. There's nothing going between these pylons or anything. And then some of the actual debris that might have been caught up, like nets of some of these boats, are actually medium-sized boats, like large things to get across the sea. And so then you have the shipwreck things that are kind of coming upwards of some of the holes or the nets of them on the back ends of their sterns, or perhaps even the sails are kind of wrapped and torn around the mast, and the masts are kind of poking out a little bit of the bay. And the bay has a couple of different rocks and things, but relatively open, which is why this is actually referred to a bay. It's not necessarily that there's like a river kind of cascading in and then there's this influx of fresh water and stuff. It's really just it's a bay in terms of being safe and protected a lot from the waves than the other places of the Isle. And then there's not a lot of rock debris, that boulders and other structures coming out of the water you have to navigate through. So that's why this is kind of noted as Anafi Bay. There are some signage postings and other things that are put up nearby the dock, and those have been weathered and just kind of weathered over time, not intentionally destroyed. And upon them, you can see that some of them are kind of showcasing that there would be things nailed or stamped to it, but those papers are rotten and gone at this stage. So you're passing in, you're looking for a forge, something that's workable, something you can try to find to do smithing. And you actually are able to find that there's one structure in the center point of the village to the back right that is going to have a forge inside of it. So you're having to come in, the doorway's like haphazard. You eventually pass into the place. The rain's is still just coming through a really destroyed straw thatched and reed covered roof. And then the center point is like the stonework of a forge, which actually is preserved through time, right? Because that's not just going to immediately be destroyed. So that's there. Now the sacks filled with like charcoal or coal, right? Those are kind of rotten and withered. And so that stuff is just there. You're having to like sift through some of the sand that kind of came into the structure. The chimney is kind of still there, and then the roof is kind of folded over around it, and you're having to like pick pieces up around you to try to move some of the roof that's came through and some of the things that might cause problems. Workable tools, you don't see anything, but it's really just the forge that's there, and it seems to be able to be worked. I mean, you can use this thing, and eventually you're able to find an anvil through some of the debris and sand, and grab the anvil and kind of wheel it over to, or pull it over to a good spot that you need it to work, and you can go ahead and forge.
Awesome. Then yeah, I would just start making arrows and hanging out. Bolts, I should say. Crossbow bolts.
I'd probably send out a sending to probably Varus, to be honest, because I don't know that the party is split even further at this point. I figured Varus would be the one to talk to, so
Yeah.
Well,
so at
Maldor
this-
and them caught up to us, didn't they?
Yeah, so at this stage, Tegan and Thanos, you're together at the space, and then Maldor and Lucar are going to catch up with you on the road. So you are kind of trying to
okay.
moving together. But Maldor and Lucar didn't hear that whistle sound, but you, Tegan, and Thanos did. And so you just gave up on that with the bird thing and then made way. And then eventually I would say probably about 20 minutes outside, 30 minutes outside of the village. That was at that point Malder and Lucar kind of caught up with you, and they're slightly half-paced, right? There's no creatures really here that pose a problem. There's no enemies. There's nothing you can see on the horizon through the sea. No ships really coming in, and so you're kind of just like heading in that general direction very peacefully. And so Malder and Lucar probably just have a little bit of a quickened pace to kind of catch up with you and reconvene. So yeah, Varys isn't with you yet, but you four are together here by the point you come to the.
Can I say while I'm like heading over there, I don't know at what time, can I cast Tinzer's floating disc and just collect a bunch of the like leftover armor and stuff for Thanos' crafting?
Okay, yeah, just grab some materials. Okay, okay, yeah.
I think
Just at whatever point I would come.
if we see Maldor and Lucar, I'll kind of just walk up to him. He's like, "Sup, guys? Where's Varys?"
He was taking a nap.
Did he know where you were going?
Think so.
You think so?
He's a smart guy.
The poor boy's already died once.
Listen, mine like a steel trap. It's fun.
I'll go ahead and cast Ascending. Little Vava. No, I'm kidding. Varys, we're all in the town. Get your ass here. If you're dead, don't respond. Bye.
Oh no, I'm dying right now. If only my party would ever wait for me.
Varys is dying. He said so himself. He blamed us, but his incompetence is far outseating the possibility of survival.
The emptiness of the island, it would be pretty impressive. Tripped and fell.
Oh, by the way, we heard a whistle on the way here. It was weird. Pretty loud. No, it was like really loud.
What do you think it was?
I don't have any fucking clue, but Thanos didn't think it was that important. He did some shit with a bird. I thought he was having a stroke, but I think he's going through some metamorphosis personally, and I think he just needs some alone time with the Forge to really, get back on the straight and narrow.
Cool.
Anyway, I was gonna go out and kind of salvage through the rubble here, see if there's fucking anything better than sitting here watching fucking tall, dark, and gloomy hit the anvil over and over again. So,
Snap.
So yeah, if Maldor's coming with, I'll just wander around the town, looking through buildings, see what I can find. Any books, any items, anything.
Okay, so just walk around the village, see if you can find anything.
Yeah.
Okay, then make an investigation check. 9. So you're having to do quite a bit of work of trying to recover things and see if there's anything of value here. You're unable to find anything of real value to a sense of your character. You're just maybe trying to find some valuables. You might come across a couple sacks of rotten food that have been buried in the sand. You come across maybe 3 different leather purses that are kind of stashed away through some of the stuff, equivalent out to maybe 6 gold pieces, right? And it's not that it's been looted per se, it's that the stuff seems to be really sifted down, and then the people who were here actually had left. So you're seeing that maybe a cupboard, which would normally have cups, platters, maybe this was a small tavern or bar here, it just doesn't have that. It's like it's missing. So someone had to have taken that out of the cupboard, or a chest maybe nearby is open, the contents have been removed, that sort of thing, right?
Hmm.
So, perhaps that the Talthars had landed here, right? The Talthars had landed here at this dock. The people who actually were in the village retreated and took their possessions, right? So they were kind of grabbing and moving and grabbing things. And they might have had more warning time, like actual warning time to do this. Not just like, we see the boats on the horizon. Let's go, everyone. More like, hey, maybe you should not be on the beach when the Talthars arrive.
Yeah.
You should be here anytime, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So just not a whole lot of things to do. You might come across a small fishing shack with a large kind of fishing pole. You can always try your hand and throw it out that into the bay, to the surf, and see if you can catch
Oh,
anything.
for sure.
Really, beyond that, there's not much. I mean, it's just kind of a vacant island with nothing, right? This is really based on what Porik had said. It lost what it had, and it's never really kind of gotten that back. It's just been this way. So,
I think Tegan's just gonna, after exploring, he's just gonna go on the beach, kind of lay in the warm sand, and just take it all in.
Just veg out finally.
love it. That's great. Not exactly warm, but it's okay.
Tegan can pretend it is. Plus, temperature doesn't really bother him that much.
That's
Yeah, I
true.
was gonna say being cold
Temperature
doesn't
never
bother
bothered me anyway.
Temperature never bothered me anyway. It's a lot to say there.
It is.
It's so funny.
Well, I think Maldor will go back to the forge rather than basking on the beach. Tegan's probably safe.
Hopefully. You
Unless
guys come
it's
back
by a
and it's just
shark
a
or
staff on
something.
the beach.
Hey, Maldor, do you mind if I take a look at the enchantment on your axe while I wait on the metal to heat?
You made it. It's
Yes, but I did not enchant it.
It's true. It took a drop of my blood to do that.
The axe that is basically equivalent to a legendary artifact at this point with how much damage it dishes out.
Do you want me to roll anything for investigating the enchantment on his axe?
Tools, intelligence based. Go.
Okay. Where are my smith inventory? Let's see. Hit an item, make sure that it is intelligence. Roll.
Alrighty.
Oh, you were still
Disad-
exhausted too.
Oh, I am
Disadvantage.
so exhausted.
I mean, still.
Okay, so inspecting the axe and trying to understand its enchantment and really kind of feeling out what the weapon particularly is capable of. What are you really getting about the properties beyond its dark steel? So it's different. It's a different metal, right? Than
Yeah.
just regular steel or iron. So
I was
Is it
more curious
enchantment?
about the enchantment because my dark steel crossbows aren't enchanted yet. So I just wanted to see what I could gather about the enchantment, how to make it or replicate it, or even just, upgrade mine in some way, shape, or form in kind of a mimicry style.
you want to make your weapon into a dragon slaying weapon.
Yes,
But you can't. Sorry.
No.
I try. I mean, even if it's just the +1 aspect that I get out of it, I just want to make sure that I understand what those attributes are.
Yeah. So the sword itself, or the axe itself, is pulling into an enchantment to target the blood, particularly of the dragon. So it's kind of like almost like a toxicity type factor, where the axe, when it strikes, it is going to have a more potent threat into the scales, kind of breaking in, and then has that with the dark steel, and then it has the kind of damage it deals, like draconic bloodline, or these different things as it passes through. You can replicate the enchantment, and given your, I would say, adventures in terms of what you have accomplished, you might feel that it needs something relevant to actual draconic parts, like dragon parts. Now, the party itself, in terms of what they've been through and things, we can always say that you were able to get some of those parts prior to, and be able to share and work through those things, or maybe even find them at a city or a town, right? And we kind of play into the crafting guide rules, just what that is. And that's really what we're kind of trying to do, is still use the crafting guide, but say in kind of a way that, this weapon is enchanted with dragon parts, particularly the blood of a dragon, then to make it toxic and target a dragon, deal additional damage. So I think that with the intelligence-based dismiss tools, I think you kind of can figure that out. It's just not really here at your current place and location would you have the possibility of finding the reagents to do enchantment like that. But
Yep, nope, that's
you
completely.
could, yeah, and you could do something. I would say you could do something for yourself. I think it comes difficult is that you'd have to put it on your crossbow. Maybe a little bit challenging, but try to make it work.
Yep, that's fair. I was just curious what it would take. Then, if Lucar wants something like this to get the extra damage die later. So, just something to do while the metal's working and warming.
I mean, he's got the Bane. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he's
he's got the Bane of Arrow.
That is true. But it's only a +3,
Yeah, only plus
Oh, only a plus.
It doesn't have the
3.
extra damage die. We can
No,
give him
no,
a full
listen.
extra damage
Ba-
die.
based on the activities and revelations of the last few sessions, whatever I get next needs to be like something of the God Killer.
God slaying. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
Oh,
want
The God
dude.
Slayer.
I want +3 God slaying as well.
Yeah.
Wait, aren't you like... Don't we have the God of Bloods in it? Couldn't I use our blood to...
In theory.
What?
Yep.
We have
I
that
don't think
fragment
that-
of a god inside of us.
I don't think it works like that. But maybe.
I don't know. I won't know until I
God
blow
slaying.
something up trying it.
You literally make a weapon that kills yourself.
It's super effective against the person whose blood is in it.
You just don't cut
That
yourself.
would be a really interesting weapon, is that, once it tastes somebody's blood, it gets bonus against them. Oh, I can mix that with the bag.
Oh my god.
Dragon slaying bag.
the bag of dragon slaying.
Right?
So Tegan said you heard a whistle. What, do you know where it was?
It sounded like it was the western side of the island. It was... I don't know how to describe it. Almost like a bird call type whistle.
Yeah, he mentioned there were birds. Something about you.
Yeah.
having a stroke.
Birds are fucking stupid. That's all there was. I tried to see if I could get a bird to fly by enticing it with treats, and it did not fly to the other side of the island for me.
Well, were the treats on the other side of the island?
Look, I don't deal with animals very often. Hindsight's 2020.
They go towards the food.
Yeah, that's fair. So what I'm hearing is I need to train a bird. I understand. After I get crossbow bolts, I'll work on training a bird. But yeah, it sounded like it was on the west side of the island. So there's definitely something or someone here. However, I didn't really want to check it out with 12 crossbow bolts.
True. Perhaps I should go check on Varys if there are other people here.
Yeah, that might be a good idea since he hasn't arrived yet.
Am I able to take a short rest while I'm on the beach?
Yeah,
I
no
just
worries.
I want to get my bardic back.
Okay.
Have I made it to the forge yet?
Yeah, at this point, it's been an hour or so. The forge is working. You're able to start crafting the bolts, and then at the stage Varys is able to arrive.
And you'll see a floating disc float up next to you.
Gently with
Thanos.
Talthar armaments.
Yeah,
Sweet.
here you go. And I'll snap my finger, and it'll dissipate, and the armor
Just
will
dump
fall.
everything.
Fall into the sand.
Wait, is this like an enclosed room in the forge, or is it like open? Because if it is, like everyone's ears are bleeding. There's so much metal clanging.
No, it is about a 20 by 30 space. The forge sits at the center, the stone chimney spiraling up. It's a small forge, particularly working on one thing at a time. And bolts kind of pulled up. The roof is caved in, so the sound would be able to travel outwards. A lot of the walls have been dismantled and destroyed as well. The sand's kind of pushing in.
Oh my God.
Right, so
Just imagine just Varys drops everything and everyone's like, "What the fuck?"
Suck it up. Anyway, what's been going on out here? Have y'all just been watching Dark and Gloomy make crossbow bolts?
Tegan was making sand angels on the beach.
Were they pretty?
I left.
So, if I have this correct, we might not be able to get off the island through the teleportation circle.
We probably should have asked about that before we left. I was mentioning.
I mean, we could go back. But I would imagine we're going to stay the night here anyway, just because Thanos has got to craft all of his stuff, and that'll take a while. But, yeah. So he said that we might not be able to make it out because of the way the time works on this island, right?
I would say Porig hinted that the time difference on the island makes for teleportation to be hazardous to basically teleport into and out of the island.
Okay.
They did reference that that Jinrala is a place that they were moving equipment and different sorts of things from Felgum to the sister tower, that it was
Right.
connected by teleportation. They, based on the state of how they were and how you kind of found them, it's kind of stands to reason that they have not been to Jinrala, right, in some time, and may not have been able to get to Jinrala in some time. So they didn't specifically say that. I'm just kind of saying, when they're
Just like how we reasoned it.
yeah, I think that I'm giving you a little bit of reasoning suggests that for somebody, why would Porig be here, kind of thing, right? Like, why is Porig just like sitting in the towers, like waiting for somebody? Why wouldn't he be in Jinrala, where all of the stuff was moved to, right? Or a lot of the stuff was moved to, and like maybe even people are there, right? So like, gives you kind of some thoughts of being like, well, Porig not get out of here? Is that why you're just stuck up there?
Right.
There is still the whistle. We do still have to go investigate the whistle.
Yeah, they
What?
apparently heard something on the way down.
What whistle? What?
There was like a bird call on the other side of the island. It wasn't very
Uh,
effective because the birds wouldn't go over there, and I couldn't get them to go over there with treats. So
Can you point me in the direction of where it was at?
that way, and I'm just gonna point straight west, essentially, to the other side of the island.
Okay. I will summon Alexander.
You're summoning Alexander. Are you
Mhm.
are you sure?
Yep.
Are you emotionally prepared?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm just gonna send him away right away. It's fine.
What's up?
I need you to do something for me real quick. There was a whistle in the western direction over there. I need you to go fly around and check it out, see what's going on.
Do we do anything when I find it?
Nope. Just come back and tell me.
So no, you don't want him to do anything, but you do want him to come back and tell you,
I don't want you
which is
to
doing something.
get yourself killed. Just come back and tell me what you saw.
Oh, you want me to be killed now, huh? Right. Yep. Okay. I'll check out your whistle there, boy. Fly away.
I think what we've learned is that none of you are good with animals.
As soon
Say
as
the
he
word
gets-
Varys, and I'll shoot him.
As soon as he gets like far enough away, I'm like, I fucking hate that bird.
Can't you summon other
I
familiars?
can. I just wasn't gonna take the time to summon a new one. But I probably will soon.
A giant spider. Or something.
Can't you summon like an imp? Imps are cool.
And then I can put my vision like through his, right? Is there a limit on how far I can do that for, or
Yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna go out. They're gonna be too far away.
okay? And then I guess I'm just gonna.
I will state that you could quote unquote look through their eyes working. You can have them fly up first and then look at the direction of the whistle, and then you can see as they approach from up high, because the foothills aren't very tall. They could technically just fly up and then perceive a little bit of what is over there. It's far in terms of distance, but sight-wise, you could fly up and see. You all being on the low end, as well as from Felgum 2, right? You have the foothills that separate in the direction of where a whistle, the sound is coming from, right? So the rolling hills and things that all is all blocking you from perceiving on the western side of the island. So you could technically just have them fly up and then, right? So there's
I'll
that
just
option
I'll
too.
just wait for him to come back.
Okay. No worries. So, how many bolts are you making?
As many as
10,000.
I can.
As many as you can. Really, it comes. It honestly comes down to how long that you are going to be here. So,
I mean, it sounds like everyone else is willing to spend the night, so I guess as many as I can before Alexander gets back, and I'm based on whatever Alexander tells us.
okay. So Alexander's going to come back. You're going to get 20 bolts made by the time Alexander comes back. In terms of materials, there's nothing you need to like take away gold wise, as the disc kind of brought over. Plenty of materials to work with. I don't think we're going to run out. It's really going to come down to a time thing.
So we need to stay for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, I'm just gonna stay here and make a bunch of bolts. Like, I'm like, how long are you gonna be here for? This is our new
Days.
Smith, boys. This is our new town. All right, we're living here.
We're
Yeah.
industrializing the island. I'm opening up a
Industrializing.
shop.
One of my ideas that I was going to bring up to the rest of the crew later is if there is no way off the island, I do have this nifty skill where when I sleep, I can steal the abilities of ancestors. I could build us a boat. I could learn carpentry. I could, build us some boat stuff, and then I could rest. I could build us a whole thing. It might take a week and a half.
Make
2
a flat tilt.
3
Make a
weeks.
make a flat tilt check. Right now. Yeah, 15, exhausted. It's still really good. I'm probably gonna say, based on your observations and how I've described the island from before the break and now after the break, I've described it that it does not have large trees.
Oh
That
yeah.
there are not really trees here. There's shrubbery and
But there
some
are
little things.
houses.
Well, there's obviously salvageable wood, but none of it could be carpeted plain down to potentially make a hole, right, or keels and these things that you would need in terms of a
It would be a
ship
raft.
to get out of the bay and then into a
We're-
sea.
We're doing an arc
It's
survival
it's
evolved
it's like Castaway. It's Castaway. Tom Hanks.
You just gotta build a metal canoe out of
I
Paris.
completely
It's fine.
forgot the note for
We're
you
gonna
portion.
polymorph
Yeah.
two of
I was
us
gonna
into
say-
whales, and they're gonna drag us across the ocean.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at that point, what do we just like hang out in the whale's mouth?
It comes down to it's rough seas, so you'd have to build something sturdy. You probably could, taking your time, you could probably make something like a small, kind of not a raft, but a small, kind of a dinghy type boat, right? You might be able to make something that's good enough to be able to get on the sea with the rough seas. What it then comes down to is time and currents, because if you don't have a proper current, you're not going to be able to get funnel into the bay. Then you're going to get twisted by whirls, and then your sail's not going to be big enough, right, to get past any of the massive white peaks and the waves, right? So you're literally just going to be stuck at sea in a little boat and not actually be able to get into where you want to go. Not to mention time, right? You're going to be super slow. It could take like upwards of 3 weeks just to get into a place within the bay, right? So, yeah, there's that.
What did,
I'm just helping you out. That's all. I'm just helping.
What did
Forgot there was no trees.
Alexander report?
Yeah, so at this point, you make your 20 bolts here. The forge is hot, providing some warmth here. The sun is starting to slightly go down, so there's now beginning to have a change. Tegan, you may have had your fishing pole, stuck it in the sand. You've caught equivalent of two fish. It looks to be about 18, 20-inch size. There's some surf fish, white type fish. They're able to be cooked tonight, so you've just kind of been hanging out there catching fish. And then Alexander lands and looks down towards you. Well, there's the boat.
There's a boat.
Oh yeah, a big boat. Not a big boat, but a good sized boat.
Okay. Tegan, come with me. We're gonna go talk to the people on this boat. Thank you, Alexander.
We should all go with you.
I don't know. I'll snap my fingers and send him back to whatever plane he hangs
Back
out
to
in.
hell with you.
Wait, there was one more.
I'll snap it and he'll come back. I'm sorry. What did you say?
How fucking rude are you? Are you serious right now? Dismissing me like I'm your little bitch.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
You had me fly out there in these crazy island winds to observe and report. I came back. I'm reporting.
Okay.
And I'm letting you all digest the news of seeing a boat. As there's no boat over there.
Tegan's
not
got
an
a
idiot.
fistful of fish, and he's like, honestly, I agree with him. That was kind of fucked up, dude.
I'm sorry. What would you like to tell me?
See as Alexander leans down from the perch side of the roof hatch, slowly leans down, looks at you. The clutch of their talons, they turn it around. You see a handful of berries. Found some berries. Thought you might want some.
No, you can have them.
He brought you a snack.
Is there about 8 of them left?
Or do you eat? I actually don't know that.
No, I don't fucking eat.
Oh, well, thank you very much then. And I'll hold out my hand.
Drops the berries in. Go ahead. Enjoy them.
That man fucking trying to poison you.
I feel like these are poisonous. I'm gonna cast Identify on these berries.
In front of Alexander before you dismiss him?
Are you going to ritualize cast, or are you just going to cast it outright?
I don't have it prepared, so it'll be a ritual cast.
Okay.
Actually,
these
I'm just gonna dismiss him and just put the berries in my pocket. I'll see if they're poisonous later. I'd rather go check out this boat. This seems way more important.
All right, Eustace Alexander put berries in your pocket, and they begin to head in the direction. I'm sorry.
This is so stupid.
That
So-
man-
Mario was trying to kill
that
him.
man- yeah. My owner's
Yeah.
such an asshole. I'm gonna poison it with berries.
Yeah, I figured
I'm gonna
he,
pick the green ones.
yeah, I figured he's
Honestly-
gonna try to kill me, which is fine. You know, I got him killed.
So you're heading in the direction of west, traversing over a few different streams and the foothills. Right, it takes it's definitely a longer journey in terms of flying, right? Because you could just fly over the step that you're going to having to navigate through it, and then eventually get on top of some of the foothills, and then you now have the angle of being able to look down. And this is this is at least 6 or so miles still to go. And you're looking in the direction of west, and you can observe that there is a brigantine-sized ship that appears to have a series of masts. There are individual shadows right moving around. Now lanterns are being lit as well. There is a small dock that extends into the water on that side, and it's riddled with other boulders and rock formations and things in this kind of shoal, almost cove-like feel. And then the dunes kind of roll up to the boat as you descend the foothills and the grasses and stuff, and you see more shadows as well as fires being pitched upon the sand as a crew size of at least 60 individuals that you're able to perceive are establishing themselves. And getting an understanding of the boat as well as the sails that are tied up, they rig them up, right? And the flag at the back. There is no sail here that assigns them to a particular nation or place. There's no stern flag, and the sails are not folded, so you don't know particularly. The figurine underneath the bowsprit seems to be of some bonework, but this far it's too difficult to tell. And there does perceive that you are able to perceive that the boat on the top deck, within small port areas that kind of come through the siding of the hull, is cannons.
I think we can take them.
But before
None
we
of us
go
know
that
how to
route,
sail.
I mean, we can rest. All we need is the boat. I can do anything. Okay? I'm trying to
Why
get that
don't
through
we
to
just
your
go
head.
talk first? Aren't you the most charismatic person
I'm
on
just
Earth?
fucking around, dude. Like, you're so uptight after you died. It's like, you think it would have showed you to enjoy the little things instead of being so fucking uptight all the time.
It's the problem when you say we can take them, is we have people in this party who will assume that is the plan.
There were only
You
60,
know what?
right?
I'm sorry, what?
There were only 60, right?
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
doable.
I could also just sneak onto the boat and murder their captain.
Stop. Holy shit.
Okay,
And what they would reward you for that.
so
I mean,
There would still be 59 at that point.
that's true. But their leader's dead, and
good math, Maldor. Good math.
without a leader, who's going to yell at them to do stuff
I don't
and
know.
make commands?
Listen,
Tegan, come with me. We're gonna go try
well,
to
no.
talk to these people.
Thanos goes first. Thanos goes first. He comes back. Then maybe we go talk.
Wait, are you saying he
Why
should
would
kill
we
their-
send the weird
Because
demon?
I'm not
Thanos
going
on?
to talk to
Stupid.
anybody.
He's gonna go scout like he normally does.
Yep. Thanos is just going to go invisible. Actually, before I go invisible, I'll cast Pass Without a Trace. And then I'm going to go invisible.
Oh, the ring. I was like, isn't it?
He's a
daylight?
ghost. He's literally a ghost. Just let him go.
Oh. Like, I don't mind killing monsters at, like, like with no thought to it.
He's not gonna kill
When
anybody.
when it's people, I have a little bit more of a problem with that.
He's not gonna kill anybody. If he kills somebody, then we'll probably have to kill a lot more people. But that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there.
You just sent a serial killer out to scout a boat and hope he doesn't murder anybody.
A boat we can't sail. Like,
We can if we kill everybody.
Ferris, have you ever been fishing?
yes, I grew up in a port town.
I just went fishing for the first time, and honestly, it was enlightening.
I really what did it teach you?
I don't know necessarily if it was something specific I was taught, but I learned a lot.
You give a bard a fish, teach a bard to fish.
There's a saying in there somewhere.
You teach a bard to fish, he sends his friends to go murder people.
He didn't send me to murder. He said scout.
Hmm.
Thanos knows the operation. He goes, he comes back, tells us what's up, then we decide what to do. 90% of the time, it's go in and kill it, but that 10% is still valuable time.
How far away are we from the boat?
That's a good question.
6 miles.
Holy
Oh.
shit!
Then maybe I didn't cast Fast Without a Trace yet. I thought we were like over a foothill from it, looking down.
Yeah,
Well, no, not because the people are on the beach. The boat's in the water. Right? That was the description?
I
you
thought
gave
it was
us?
docked.
It's at a dock.
It's docked.
I mean,
Oh,
it's in the
okay.
water, yes, but yeah, it's docked.
It's not. It's a size of a ship that can't be brought up onto sand, right, or a soft shoal. So it has to be docked, but it's also not that big enough that it can't use this size of a dock, right? So it's not a very
Right.
large dock.
Okay.
This is a small brigantine class ship, so a brigantine would be 2 to 3 levels, and then usually doesn't have what's the term? It doesn't have like a lot of raised sections on the top deck, so there might be a few different elevation positions in terms of the top deck, but usually it's kind of flat. So this boat, from what it looks like, is it's pretty low stature into the water, and maybe has like 2 decks, right? And the masts really are what kind of giving the size of the boat away, and those can get upwards of 100 or so feet in their height. So the masts are pretty large. And then the boat is, in terms of size, I'd probably put it. I would say that the boat itself is maybe 170 feet long, 180 feet long. So it kind of gives you wrapping the head around that it can traverse across oceans, right? So that makes sense. So they're at the dock. The dock then walks to the beach, and the individuals that you see on the beach are there, and they're beginning to set up tents and light campfires, right? So clearly they're going to be staying a while. There are people still on the boat. There are people are walking the dock, and then you get into the grass and the rolling dunes. You all are on the foothills with the soft kind of medium grass with some shrubs, the fruiting shrubs and the finches and the other different sorts of little waterways and springs and stuff. And that has its elevation as well, but you're now high enough that you can see down at the beach. And you're getting an idea with the soft, subtle rain and the wind now dying down up here. You're no longer on the coast, so the wind's not howling and moving, that you're relatively 6 miles away, that you can get there and hike down to it probably at the end of the night. Basically, we're at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock or so is when you would get to this place. So in terms of where you were at prior to being at the village is at its own dock, and its own series of dunes, and then that works up to the foothills. All you've really done is traverse through the dunes, then got up into the foothills, and now looking down.
Yeah, so maybe we should go with for a while. Well, he needs to
Yeah.
scout
Get
5 miles
closer.
away.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because my imagery was definitely off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
I
we
thought
were like
we were
on a
like-
cliffside on the beach.
Yeah.
So yeah, how close do we want to get?
I mean, as
Thirty.
it gets darker, it gets easier.
I'd say 100,
People also-
200 feet out.
I have a habit of not being excited about surprise guests after dark.
That's true.
If we decide we want to talk, we should wait till morning. I feel like that's fair.
That is fair.
Yeah, I mean they're not leaving, which is what I was worried about originally.
Also, they just got here.
So why don't we get about 500 to 600 yards away, so that way if something does go wrong, you guys can get to me quickly, and then I can go scout, and you guys can set up a little camp here without a fire, and yeah.
What do you think they're doing here? There's absolutely nothing on this island except for a crazy tower that most people can't get into.
I suppose
Isn't
we'll
it
find
like
out.
known to not come here? Isn't it like
Right.
everyone's like stay out, crazy island, abandoned?
It's cursed or something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
I mean, you know, the mind immediately wanders to pirates, but
Yeah, they're the only people that'd be crazy enough to stay here, right?
Yeah, totally. Ha 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 ha.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, let's do that. We'll stay around 500 feet away while you go and check it out.
Also, not for nothing, the last time we were all on a boat, it did not go well.
you
What's
know
the
how
likelihood that another Kraken attacks?
if another Kraken and a dragon attack us at the same time, I don't think I'll ever even look at a boat again.
So your limit is 2 specifically. Like once, that's fine.
This
be
is
fair,
going to
we
be
weren't
very
on the first
detrimental.
boat.
I just realized how much this is going to contradict with my new fishing hobby.
You can fish from the sea or from the land.
Yeah, but if I'm looking at the water, I'm definitely going to see a fucking boat.
It's true. This is pond.
Oh, you're going to develop a fear of boats.
Boat phobia.
Aren't you
Phobia.
afraid of everything anyway? So that's
I don't need this from you.
He was gassing you up just a minute ago.
I was about to say if you can't take all the shit you dish out, then you probably should not speak. You give people more shit in this group than anyone else.
You're damn right I do. And it's
So
not
we-
going to stop.
So we're
just
hunkering
projecting
down.
his own insecurities on us.
Absolutely.
We said
So
on the
500
Become a
feet,
master
and
fisherman.
then I will go do what needs to be done.
That sounds ominous.
This sounds a little ominous, huh?
Promise
So
no unwarranted murder.
So I hope I'm doing a good job describing this to you. Obviously, we don't have maps for everything, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of a setup in terms of sequence. That it really is that there's not a lot of things on the island that impedes your sight lines, and given that it's still daylight out, you have the advantage of being upon this high ground area and looking down and getting an understanding. And it's exactly if this happens in history. We see this, right? You might have 2 ships docked on either side of an island, right? And then they get on the island and they realize, oh, someone else on the island. And then one might be on high ground and they see their boat right down there. And then it takes a while for them to get to that area. And this is exactly the same thing. There's a number of miles between this. It seems that you have to go through still more of the foothills, and then you'll get into the dunes, and then you'll get down. So what I heard here is that Thanos, you're going through the ship.
We're all going to
All
head
going.
in that direction,
Okay.
and they're going to stop about 500 to 600 feet out, and then I'm going to go scout what's actually going on.
Okay, so you're all going to kind of pitch up into the dunes, get some cover with the grass, right? And then Thanos, you're then going to head in the direction of them. Okay. All right, sounds good. So we're going to go ahead and take a break then. We'll take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll come back about 1:30 p.m. PST. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. But they'll fade it.
Yay!
Yay. And we'll be right back with some more heart-stopping action.
Right.
Ooh.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. And I'm going to hope that Steven is back, even though they didn't hit the break timer. They'll
I'm
make
here.
it something. Are you cooking anything right now?
No.
No? You're not making anything?
Get called
No.
out.
I'm not calling. Usually it's the time, right? It's around the time during break where we hear, Steven's cooking something is on the headset. So
Mhm.
I'm just wondering. And you post all that stuff on the foodie channel and the Discord. So, I'm just curious.
No, I was a trash
there's
panda. It ain't one of
Steven's
those Jimmy
channel.
Dean things today.
Ooh, Jimmy Dean's. Nice. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get this map turned over so we can kind of fast track some things. So you all begin to descend the foothills and go into the sandy dunes, the grass rustling and moving past. You are then kind of descending into a lowish area, right? Where now you have the rolling of the dunes and that's kind of blocking, and then you can see, and it's blocking, you can see. You then begin to hear the sounds, and the wind and the rain are now beginning to become upticked. And so they kind of transition over to our different sound effects. And you can kind of hear some of them kind of yelling, like the yells, right? So if they're yelling at certain points, maybe from the boat to the shore, you then begin to hear that a little bit, but it's still very much drowned out. And it becomes worse the actual closer you get into the top of the dune, where the wind and that rain is now kind of hitting you. So you're actually a little bit better off being sunk down a little bit just to kind of isolate and hear the sounds of the voices. There's a few bells ringing, and then eventually that point that kind of dies down as well. I'm going to go ahead and traverse the time, and then I'm going to go ahead and activate the map. Now, I'm putting all of your tokens down here at this point, even though you're 500 feet, just so that you can observe and see what your characters would actually be able to see on top of a dune and hidden in some of the grass and just kind of looking in the general direction. You notice that they have white kind of tannish canvas tents that they've been pitching up on the sand, held by some beach rocks. They have their fires that they've kind of set outwards. And the notable figures here are wearing kind of golds and reds as well as blackish cloaks, and that there are a variety of different species. They're currently just eating, cooking different things on the fires. There's a couple of them coming from the shoreline with nets as if they fished, maybe even from the boats perhaps. And then there's lanterns that are lit upon the boat. And you can see that there are figures on the boat from these really powerful kind of oil lanterns that they have that are very large on certain either masts or their two upraised portions of the top deck. The figures are relatively the same on the top deck. However, they do have their hoods on, and they do have kind of this goldish hood, and there seems to be almost like a golden handprint or a fist. You're starting to make out Thanos as you're beginning to do your approach here. Your exceptional perception as well as the dark vision aiding you, be able to kind of give you that. In addition, there are cannons on the boat. You can see that they're quite large. They have hoists and rigging that help suspend them into the top deck, and then they're kind of fit into squared off or should say circular cutouts of the railing of the top deck. And then the hoists and the mechanisms of the pulleys, right, where that cannon might fire, right, they can be pulled back. And then there's equipment nearby to reload and other mechanisms and such. The one observation they can give you, Thanos, right off the bat, is that the ship is not a ship that you have seen in respective of a nation or a kingdom or any sort of army, right? This is the class of ship that you are just kind of relevance of saying, hey, that kind of looks like a brigantine, kind of maybe like a trader ship would be in terms of size. Maybe they have like a hole down there. And then the bowsprit and that figure kind of coming up into the darkness and twisting, it resembles that of a great creature of draconic descent, and it has like rib bones and stuff, and the claws are kind of coming up and turning over itself, and then the head kind of protrudes outwards from underneath the bowsprit. And from that point, as well as metal reinforcements on the hull, this could very well be an unclassed or an unmarked ship. You're free to move.
You're muted.
No, Deuce, we can't hear you.
He went so invisible we can't even hear him.
Could be audio source problem. Talk now.
No.
No. Let me see.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Let me turn my fan off. 'Cause I just went to the
I
unfiltered.
love how the luxury of having the webcam is we can see you saying, "Can you hear me now?" and then me immediately responding.
Hey, it worked out. I'm okay with it. So first thing I'm gonna do is pass without a trace.
Yeah, so I think we got that on you. So you make sure your spell slots are good. So you got that on you. No worries. So you're gonna roll stealth.
And,
We're kind of far
Uh,
now, but before you took off, I would have established a telepathic link. It's good for 3 minutes, so it might have fallen off by the time you got here. But
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and then invisible, and then yeah, stealth, which hopefully
Okay.
this works.
Well, you're technically you are technically invisible right now. You
Oh,
don't
is
need
it
to use the
dark?
ring. It is darkness. It is technically 10 o'clock-ish at night. The sun has set. And something to note here, we're getting that fan noise, just FYI.
Are you? I thought I turned it off.
metronome.
What kind of fan is that makes like a metronome sound?
It's just the ceiling fan. It's just old.
Oh. Gotcha.
Probably shaking the.
Yeah, they shake
pullers.
and the light fixtures.
Yeah, the light fixture shaking. Gotcha. Yeah, I have a just a box fan, and I think it's so ripping loud. I bought it from Home Depot a long time ago, and it's just this massive thing. And it's when it's on max setting, it's like you can't hear
Yep.
anything at all, and you're like, hello. Love it. Okay. So you are invisible. It's 10 o'clock. So Thanos, one of the things, as well as the rest of this part, observational wise, the previous night, actually the moons, it was two new moons per se. So you actually couldn't see anything. So there was no moonlight at all from the two moons yesterday. And then today, there's very little moonlight for both of them. So there has been almost a period of time here where you can't see a whole lot of things at night. And that might add some additional, additional reasoning here, perhaps why this boat might be here, or even your stealth and just knowing that you're able to get up this point. But you have fast without trace, your invisibility from Gloomstalker, right? It's just natural. That natural invisibility in the darkness is there, and you begin to kind of move yourself over the dunes and such. At that point, you then begin to hear the kind of communication, conversations and stuff. So it's has a small crowdish type vibe. So get some murmuring and voices and things.
I would probably still use the ring because then that way I could actually go into the light if I needed.
Okay, sounds fine. No worries.
Can I see any of their cargo in the tents as I walk by, or is it anywhere down here? Does it look like it's all been loaded on the boat?
Sure.
Or
Yeah.
anything
So
like that?
go ahead and make a perception check.
Being exhausted is not a good thing right now.
Nope. So your perception, you're trying to maintain your stealth, especially when you hit the sand, because you're actually making prints into the sand. Your pass out trace is sweeping them up and cleaning them as you go, but still happening. And so you're really having to move slightly slow at this point. You're getting an idea that the food products and the things that they have are relatively tropical. So they have tropical fruits as well as like different meats and things that have been dried, smoked, and seasoned that they're kind of putting into either skillets and pots. Here, they're having normal volume conversations, so that's now pretty loud because there's a great number of them on the beach here, as well as those on the boat, and that's kind of echoing as you're yelling off the boat. From the conversation that you're overhearing, they're actually kind of giving not orders per se, but they have some authority a little bit that unload this. Hey, I got this for you over here. And in terms of names, common names, right? So you're hearing just regular, just names kind of being passed around. They're not having any rank or anything that they're giving. They're really just kind of throwing out the names of the individuals and saying, "Hey, come get this. This is in your bunk, right? I grabbed it for you." And one begins to kind of move off the dock in the direction. From the armaments that they have, you immediately recognize that they have very nice weaponry and armor. So they have stud leathers. The studs themselves are pristine and diamond shapes that are coming outwards and pointed at the tips. They have quivers of arrows that hang down. So they're taking off that equipment, right, and actually putting it in the sand, or they're tucking them into the tents. They have pristine bows that could either be elvish or perhaps other descent. And they have markings and engravings, daggers, a few of them, right? Some of these daggers and the rapiers they have on the sides have been perfect razor edge sharpening. They have little gold, silver accents to them. The backpacks that they have a variety of different equipments for doing different shipwright things or even thieving. So you're doing like crowbars and other sorts of breaking in type-ish items. The tents are really just bedrolls and other sorts of backpacks. So they're kind of loading the tents right now with almost like, hey, we're going to be spending the night. Let's go ahead and stay off the boat, and we can stay in the tents. They are not being very perceptive here on the beach, but you do recognize with your perception roll of 11, because they're not really trying to be stealthy, that those on the boat are keeping there's someone in the crow's nest right now, and they have a spyglass. So they're not trying to stealth, right? But you can see that there's a little bit of like a kind of like a dwindle of the spyglass, right, as it catches the light. That there's something up there on the mainmast, yeah. And so then you're kind of taking that moment of being like, okay, like, there's a number of people, there's things happening. That's really all you can see with an 11 perception. I can't give you anything else.
Yep, no, that's fair. Would I guess 3 minutes wouldn't have passed. Would 3 minutes have passed? 500 feet?
Yeah, after 500 feet, 3 minutes of them for sure passed, yeah.
Got it. All right. We're going to push our luck here a little bit, boys. We're going to see what's going on the boat.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong indeed? Just going to sneak past everyone here. It's fine.
Mhm.
It's fine. We're just going to carefully get onto the boat here, 10 feet at a time.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to move your token back because they don't have a ramp down right now. It's actually a rope ladder that they have dingling down to the dock. There's no ramp. The dock is too low in comparison to the boat to put a ramp up. And so there's actually a rope ladder that they've been working with. You're there. Notice there's one kind of talking upwards to one above as they're kind of handing different supplies down. This one kind of walks literally right up next to you, grabs a bag as they throw it down, and begins to walk in the general direction of north. Just kind of hide their token, just showcasing some of the movement there. But you do have a obstacle here at this point.
Yeah, because a rope ladder is going to be pretty obvious when it starts. Yep. All right. Well, that's not going to happen. Thanos is not suicidal, despite what Varys may think. We're going to go back. All right, and at this point, I'd just walk around everything and go back and let the party know that they are quite well equipped and they are keeping a lookout, so to keep our heads down and not to make light.
That
So
felt
to-
like a very targeted statement.
I don't care.
No, if it was targeted, I would do
diplomacy
this.
Seems like the way to go, right? We'll talk to them in the morning.
Yes.
I can't imagine approaching right now would be great.
And they're not leaving, so as long as we get up early enough, we should be able to catch them before they go anywhere. Plus, I'm sure you want to craft more bolts if you can.
It did look like they were well equipped. So if we're catching a ride with them, we may be able to buy something.
Yeah. Okay. Let's head back then.
Head back. We can just sleep in the dunes.
Why would we do that?
Why would we walk another 3 hours back to town?
I thought you would want to I thought you would want to craft more bolts in case we got into an altercation, but
Well, by the time
Sir-
we get back, you'd have to go to bed.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
And I'm already exhausted, so I can't afford to stay up to craft bolts. If I could
Is
afford
there
to stay up.
is there an area in these dunes that's like very like that looks very covered from the boat?
Oh, I'm a dumbass.
So the dunes are rolling, so they're rolling dunes. I forget a lot of people have not been in beach sandy dunes before. So I would do my best. On the Oregon coast, we have a lot of these dunes. So
Mhm.
Frank Herbert actually was inspired by the Oregon coast dunes to write. So you're welcome for that. So the best way that I could state this to you without complicating it in terms, think of like a desert and how like they roll,
Right.
right? And then they roll and then they gradually will go up towards the foothills and then eventually interact with like rocky kind of cliff sides as well as dirt that's funneling through. And then that begins to kind of change to a different terrain. So in the dunes, you can technically get into the beach grass, which grows to greater than 6 feet, it's like 8 feet sometimes of this beach grass that comes through. You can actually like nestle yourself into it, even on top of the dune, and still be in total cover.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering
Right.
because with the rain and stuff, I would want to do tiny hut.
Yeah, I mean the tiny hut is invisible; no one can see it, right? So you
Oh,
could
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's an invisible barrier kind of thing that shivers. If you want it to change, you can. But
Oh, okay.
other than that, no one can see it. Right? It's not. Hey everyone, tiny hut here. It's like a glow dome.
Well, I just thought it like had like a color to it or whatever. But
You can make it have a color, or you can make it be colorless. It's your choice, right? That's
Okay.
what the spell basically states: is that you can decide what it looks like.
Okay. Well, then yeah, I'll make it colorless and put it like in the dune grass here, so that we don't all have to sleep in the rain.
Yeah,
Just
so you create
Maldor.
shelter. The rain's kind of now hitting and then falling off, and then Maldor's
Just hanging out outside.
grumbling.
Look, man, there's nothing I could do. There's no giant hut. There's only a tiny hut.
I would probably just like, since it's still pretty early in the night, fly around with a cloak a couple of times just to see if I notice any interesting movement. But yeah, other than that, that's the only thing I'd do. I'm more curious as to why they're here, and I haven't figured out why they're here. So
So you're taking off with the cloak, and you're just kind
Yep.
of flying up high.
just flying around in a circle around them every once in a while.
Batman.
Okay. You notice there's not a whole lot of people on the top deck. They also, at a certain point, they're going to turn off the lanterns, so they're going to kind of hide themselves a little bit on the actual thing, and then the fires are going to go off. They're going to put the fires out, buckets of seawater, and then they're going to either just rest right there on the sand in their bedrolls, even in the rain, or they're going to tuck themselves into the tents. So you're not getting a whole lot of more information, right?
Okay,
You're not
that's fair.
seeing anything like that. They're definitely in a resting state, a resting period where they aren't going to be doing anything else for the rest of the night. So I'm just going to go ahead and begin to transition the scene here. I'm actually going to pull you off of it while I do that. And you're able to return back after that point of kind of searching, investigating. Probably spend it like another hour or so. At that point, you're able to kind of do that. Is anybody else doing anything for the night?
It's probably attuned to your fancy toys if you haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I will be attuning to my
I
fancy
did
toy.
that already, so I'm good.
Forgot about my fancy toy that I really can't wait to use.
Yeah, I can't either, honestly.
You accidentally put it in the bag of devouring.
I also can't wait to use that fancy toy.
Roll a D100.
I
You're carrying a
cannot-
bag of holding and a bag of devouring. I feel like there has to be an intelligence check every time you try to put something in either to see if you grab the right one.
Well, So if I was playing another character, I was planning to put Herbert and Artemis beside each other and tell Herbert to be friends with Artemis, but I feel like Thanos doesn't care.
Actually, my person hates talking to everybody, so I won't do that.
Yeah. I was like, this is such a missed opportunity for some comical shit.
Mhm.
If only.
Oh yeah,
Alright,
I
well-
guess while we're
Mhm.
waiting, I'll cast Identify on these berries and see if my fucking familiar tried to poison me.
Okay. So you're casting Identify on the berries, seeing if the familiar poisoned you. You're just trying to get an understanding. So the berries themselves, they actually are a species of berry that your Identify spell kind of comes out to you that they're unique to this isle. They don't grow anywhere else. They have a potent kind of sour and bitterness quality and a little bit of elderflowery taste. And they are poisonous in large quantities.
Yeah, so then I'm just gonna throw them in the sand.
Well, it was a small quantity.
This absolute bastard. And then go to bed. I've had enough bad news for the night. Don't wanna stay awake and make it worse.
Yeah, gotcha.
I can't believe you tried to kill me.
I mean, I can.
I can. I'm joking. Like
You may summon a new familiar next
I
time.
will. I will.
Maybe one that doesn't talk.
Yeah, that's the goal next time.
Or just an imp. I feel like an imp wouldn't care.
I feel like an imp would be worse.
No, an imp
I
would
don't-
just be a jackass, but it probably wouldn't care that you got it killed.
I think that's a warlock only familiar too.
I was
Is it?
about to say I don't think a wizard can get an imp. I'll probably end up getting like an owl.
Okay.
Well, that's
So we're going to advance the time clock here, so you all get your long rest in. Upon getting your long rest and having yourself become right, the rain doesn't really cease. Right, this hasn't stopped. So Maldor, you're having to bear that down, and eventually you're able to get yourself to sleep here. A little bit, restless long rest, I should state. And something does happen, unfortunately, to you, Maldor. Staying the night, particularly in the island, has not done well for whatever was done to you in terms of the magic that was provided to increase your strength as well as your size. As you arise in the morning, you are no longer large in size, and your strength score has been reduced back to the value that it was prior.
oh, because the Isle's sapping all the magic. That's what. Oh,
So I believe from my notes, your strength is at 20.
was it a 20?
I think it was 18, if I'm being honest. Was it 20?
I thought it was
It was
18
either
too.
20 or 18. I can't remember.
Was it 18?
Yeah, because I think you took your ASI in con, right?
I haven't. I've took Sentinel and Great Weapon Master.
Oh,
I haven't taken any ASIs.
Yeah, it would be 18 then. You haven't taken any ESIs. Okay. So you are sapped of this enchantment. So whatever was done to you back at that place has been pulled back. And something that's interesting about it is that when you're like laying on the sand, right? You could feel a little bit of like a tingling sensation. And then upon like arising yourself a little bit, you're right that time going to sleep, and then bam, you wake up, you're like, oh, I'm not large anymore. And then you kind of lift some things and you're like, you're not strong as you were before. And it's like the magic, what was done to you, the enchantment, right, was pulled from you. and put back.
Did I grow my toe back?
You take off your boot and you see your toe.
Because
Like you were moved back in time.
Yeah. Well, we got to go back to Girder, guys.
So the shelter begins to end. And upon getting onto the dune, now looking down at the site, you are able to perceive this. So the rain is continuing here to fall. I'm going to try to provide a little bit of a rain effect here. And for higher FPS, for a little bit anyways. Mine anyways. And you can see that they are packing up the fires. So they're removing these different debris and they're kind of putting sand over top of it with small shovels. And then they're beginning to put the tents away, but some of the tents are still pitched. And they are funneling into the lower dune there. And they're kind of making way to the dune. And they're almost like disappearing into it a little bit and then they're reappearing. From the boat, they're actually beginning to take barrels from the cargo hold, and they are taking those barrels and lowering them down to the dock where others receive them. And they're not very large, maybe like 30 gallon-ish barrels. And they're beginning to kind of carry over the shoulders or together as twos and pairs, depending on the size of the creature. And they're beginning to take them in the direction of the dune.
Question for you. How do I remove my level of exhaustion?
We don't discard it.
No, it's there forever. I'm removing it right now.
All right, everybody. Hands up. Show them we're not a threat until they become a threat to us. But
Hey, thankfully, I look at least 20% friendlier this morning than I did when I went to bed.
yeah,
So stand behind you guys, invisible. Heard.
Tegan, you got this. I know you're the most.
I mean, yeah. I just want to clarify what we're telling them
Say.
because they definitely weren't expecting to find anyone here. So
Just that we're looking for passage off after being shipwrecked.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to put it.
all right, what if they start asking questions of why we're wearing dragon shit?
We killed some dragons.
You're the liar of the group. Tell them
we're
something.
say we're bounty hunters that we're on our way to our next score.
All right, I'll make some shit up.
I'm interested to see it, and I'll kind of follow, not super close, but like within like 10 feet of Tegan.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm going invisible.
You're going invisible?
Yeah.
He's better off
So-
that way anyway.
Working through the dunes at 500 feet, you then begin to crest. You notice that as soon as you come into this map and into this space, there is another whistle sound, right? So it sounds like none of you are trying to maintain stealth here, and being spotted out by the crow's nest figures on top of them begin to blow whistles repetitively, one after the other, and they're beginning to yell out and pointing in the general direction of you all as you're kind of pressing through the dunes. You notice those that are moving the barrels are just continuing their work, like they're not stopping. So they're moving with a pace here as they're kind of taking the barrels back and forth. But some that are on the top deck begin to make way in the direction of the cannons that face towards you all.
I mean, hands up in the air. Just keep walking for now.
Yep, same. Just slowly walking up with my hands up.
Okay. So they're seen at the beginning of the cannons. You notice there's a figure as well as another kind of reveals themselves from the captain's quarters, which is at the back end of the boat. Those two figures begin to come off of the boat from the rope ladder, and they're heading in the general direction of you all here on the beach, kind of put side by side, looking in the direction. One has a spyglass, folds it up, puts it over to the side of their pouch, and then there are some more figures from the boat itself that are kind of filling into a slight little squad, a little bit of a tiny unit behind them. But regardless, they don't, not nearly as a presence of being like, oh shit, there's people, right? They're still doing their work, and there's just almost going to, like, they're going to stations in a way, right? So I'm going to describe to you the two figures here that have yet to be described, so we can kind of get an understanding as you all are approaching here. So the one to the right seems to be a very large and sturdy human with a curved middle leg on the left side. There's a large brown beard. It goes down to the mid-chest. An admiral's hat sits upon the head with two blue and green feathers protruding. A bird sits on the shoulder with plumage of a similar color. White collared shirt with a black tunic and an unbuttoned captain's jacket with a dark navy blue is cuffed at each arm, interlaced in gold ribbon. There is a black and gold thick belt with a similar bandolier underneath the captain's jacket over a piece of black leather armor with bronze-like metal studs and reinforcements. They have two particular weapons that are very long and kind of showing out from the captain's jacket here, a bronze-like metal rapier sheathed into a fine black leather scabbard, and 8 daggers of similar metal within the bandolier. They have loose-fitting, dark brown kind of pants. They tuck into the single black leather metal-studded boot that goes up to the knee. They have multiple golden and silver rings, as well as platinum. They have a rusted metal-chained amulet with a slight tinkered symbol pendant made from polished silver, and the tinker's kind of half-turned, spilling out its contents. The other one that is next to them is really strange for those that probably didn't traverse through the Labyrinth of Felgen. They are a polished metal and living humanoid that wear a tan and ripped cloth robe with an ashen rope tied at the waist. The face is solid metal. There are no eyes, mouth, or ears. The only inclination that they are a humanoid is that the figure to the right is talking at them, and they're turning their head as if they're receiving that, and in addition, they're bipedal, in a humanoid frame, and they possess somewhat of a head. You can see as you're kind of approaching that one is just receptive, turning the head every so often and looking. But you can't really see underneath a whole lot of the ripped kind of cloth tan robe. But then as you get closer, they have like metal paneling in the legs, little gaps. You're noticing there's shadows and movement. That there's like gears or cogs. And a fluidity to the metalwork. And then on those metal panelings, through some of that, you notice that they're engraved with maybe a language or runes, something. They just stand there, looking, talking, the one to the right, staring as you're cresting over the final dune.
Yeah, Tegan will just keep walking. I think now that the captain's come out, there's no real point for the whole hands up thing. If they were going to attack, they would have attacked already. So he'll kind of walk up the dune, admittedly be a little more out of breath than he probably should from walking through sand, and say, greetings, fine morning.
As the one steps forward. Greetings, fine the morning.
Sorry to interrupt your cruise proceedings this morning. My associates and I have actually been here for, honestly, I don't know how long. We haven't really been keeping track. We've been shipwrecked here for upwards of 2 weeks at this point. Luckily, one of our associates is fairly good at foraging. But yeah, we were basically looking for passage off the island. After you completed whatever you're doing, and we're fairly well equipped, so maybe we could offer our services in exchange for a write-off once you're done here.
Coming from the last student, you can see that there is a trap door and a kind of hole that has been built into the sand where they are lowering barrels down by a small winch that's tucked in. They're lowering them down into that, potentially to store them. Shipwrecked, I owe the blessed. What is your manifest? Have paper? That many of you is this small ship?
It's actually kind of big. Blue.
A big and the blue ship.
Yes, it was known as the Cerulean, and unfortunately there was an attack from some unknown sea monster that forced us to flee, and the captain went down with it. Bless his soul. He couldn't leave
Is
her to
your
go without.
captain's name?
Um, Tom Thumb. He was a
And
great
where
man.
is the home of the Cerulean ship? This port.
Tom always said that the Cerulean's home was the sea.
Roll a deception check.
I believe in you, sir.
Guidance. Wait, no shit. That's the other card.
Hey,
You are quick with the tongue and nice with words. My name is Captain Morgan.
You and Captain Thumb would have been the best of friends.
You are not shipwrecked. If you were, you would have more crew for a class of ship to make it to this isle. We have reports. We have been coming to this place for a long time. As well as the Cerulean ship that I know of. Does not hail from any port. This Yib. Captain.
Well,
I
that
have been
fucking
across
sucks.
the world of Antares. I have sailed many seas and oceans, and I have been many places, and I have lived many lives. Your talents, they go well at a bar. Spin a fantastical tale, but they do not aid you in negotiation. So, we should get to truth. I will tell you why we are here. I have nothing to hide. And then you can make your decision if you wish to continue to do this.
All right. Just because I'm good at it doesn't mean it's not fucking exhausting. All right. So, name's Tegan. Just a humble group of adventurers find ourselves here on some bullshit that you probably don't care about. But, however, our means of transportation here is no longer an option to transportation off. So, that is not a lie. We do need a ride off when you're done with what you're doing. If you're willing to share what you're doing, information is always valuable. So, I'll take it. But, yeah, it's basically where we are. No threat to you or your crew. Just humbly asking for a ride off this rock.
Adventurers. Coming to the Isle of the Blessed for what reason?
Because we were told to.
Told by who?
A very old wizard. Possibly older than we anticipated. Just because he's, like, really old. I don't know if he does some, like, keto bullshit that keeps him... He's pretty fit. He probably works out a lot.
It's moisturizing.
The name of the wizard's Magello.
Magello. I have not came across this wizard. You have some nice items.
Thank
How
you.
could you.
Perhaps we can work out some bargain.
For sure. I mean, I don't expect you to be free, but maybe we could talk more along the lines of coinage.
You know who we are.
Very unlikely that we do.
We are the Golden Hand. Do not need coin. But some of your items might go quite well.
Oh,
Our arcanists might have use of them.
so, is this sort of a group, an organization, an order, maybe?
The Golden Hand are free people. Sea and of the heart. You are from the mainland and ally yourself to the Talthar dogs, you might see us as pirates.
Entrepreneurs.
I like that word. Good with words, are you? Yes, you are. You know, I could have someone write ballad for me.
Missed that last part.
I'm lagging a
Word.
little bit. Hold on. It's starting to really
Oh,
pour
no.
rain, and lightning just struck. So, just a forewarning. My internet, literally. I don't know. It's probably
Yeah,
a
your
power
internet
thing.
just reacted immediately.
Yeah, it literally just struck lightning outside. It's just dumping rain. Okay, that's always cool. Turn my light on my camera too. It's getting dark.
Wonder if the neighbor kid's still working on the car.
Oh, they are. They are. I just heard it fire up again. So it's not grounded either. Just FYI, it's all on. I mean, this is big time. Yeah, big time. I hope lightning does not strike anywhere near. That would be bad. Okay. So what I was referring to, Captain Morgan, perhaps you can write a ballad or my story. This would be good trade, yes.
I think so. I'm a fairly good writer.
Just you, though. What else can your adventuring folk offer?
Varys is a very good cuddler, especially if you're of the small persuasion.
See them
Shut
just
the
eyes
fuck
kind
up.
of go wide. They turn. They look directly at Thanos. How about that one?
He's usually pretty sneaky. Obviously, I look over there and I don't see him, right? Now that's cool. Not you are a very, very, very small group of people that usually notice him.
I do not notice them. I notice what they will do.
He's very good at foraging and hitting metal things
Say
to
it is
make
a
metal
gift.
things.
Well, we don't have any use for smith or hitting. Crew is quite capable.
I mean, quite honestly, to summarize my scaly friend and my very pale friend here with the axe, they're very good at hitting things, just to hit them so they stop moving. This strapping young lad over here with the book and the staff, he's very smart and he knows a lot of the arcane, particularly ways to alter time. And that over there is our mascot, Thanos. He likes to sneak around and he shoots things. And
He's pretty good
I,
with animals.
very good. Some would say too good. And I am just a humble fisherman.
Lies, you're no fisher. Not with this blue scaled armor.
I'm a very good fisherman.
It's a very big fish.
I do not need you all for work. The fact is, you're adventuring. I'm sure that as soon as we make port anywhere, you're going to go off and do what it is you want. I would like something in return for this travel. Something that would give my crew some help. We are to encounter anything along our journeys. It sounds fair to me. You're stuck,
And-
marooned.
This is true.
Maldor will reach behind him and pull out, in as non-threatening a way as possible, the Justicar halberd that he's been carrying around.
Okay.
I have no more use for this, but it is a powerful and mighty weapon. I imagine you recognize it.
Seems something the Telthars would use, and there has been a Justicar too I have faced.
So use it against them.
Don't think that we will be using it against them, but perhaps I can bargain. Reasonable offer. I accept.
Is there anything that you want that we can get for you?
You see, at this point, the construct begins to walk up, puts a hand on Captain Morgan's shoulder. Just kind of holds it there. The nameless, what is it?
I really hoped it was whiskey.
Construct turns and looks, begins to walk. And just opens the hand and holds it with the palm out. Right? Just holds it out to you all.
I put my fishing pole in its hand. No, I'm kidding. Maldo with a halberd, maybe? I don't know.
He is now named Nameless. Hand is outstretched to you, Tegan. And with the palm upright, facing your center chest, just holding it out to you.
I look at the captain, look back to the nameless, and I say, is this something you want?
Take her hand, you idiot.
I take her hand.
As you take the hand, the sparkle of pink and purple lightning begins to pass between your hands, and then as you stretch, it begins to entrench around. You see as they then pull their hand back, stare at you.
Huh. That's significantly more interesting. Like, can we just like have 5 minutes where like it's not about what, like it's always about the fucking stone. Okay, hello,
You see
do
as they
you
then grab their finger and they point it towards your heart and they tap.
my heart?
I think we've met another friend, let's say, of the old one.
It's always about, like, we can't just go 5 minutes without it not being about the shit. It's just astonishing.
That's what happens when extraplanar deities and entities muddle with your life and your fate, it would seem.
Um
You look towards
Oh,
the
look.
halberd, they pick it up, and then they hand it back to you, Meldor. They then turn around, they look towards the captain. They point at the boat. They point at all of you, they point at the boat. Nameless, what is this? Then begin to point to all of you, then point to the boat. And after that, they point in the direction of the continent. You want them to just get on? Nameless just bobs the head just a little bit. The captain turns, looks at the boat, looks back to Nameless. If this is your wish, Nameless. So, oh, the black rat. Listen here. As the individuals carrying barrels stop and turn, look, and the ship looks as the voice of the captain booms loud. These adventurers will be joining us on our ship to our next voyage to Alathan. They mean no harm. Give them refuge. Give them food. Give them your hand. Nameless has spoken for them. They are friends. See as they turn around to Nameless. Bows the head slightly, begins to walk back to the ship.
Can I attempt to cast Sending to Nameless to see if they can respond to me somehow? I'll just send out a Sending and be like, do you speak language, or are you only able to talk by gesturing?
Walks towards you as if to receive the sending message. Begins to point two fingers towards your lips. Presses on them. Then moves back to their face. Then opens up the hand. Like this.
You asking for my voice?
I think it wants to kiss you.
Tegan kind of looks at the sky. Yeah, fuck it. I mean, sure. Is that what you're asking for? Maldor, I will never listen to you ever again in the history of the world.
Does Nameless
Seems-
have a mouth on his face?
No.
No, I think that's
It's
what they were
it's
pointing
just a
at.
metal
There was-
plate.
there was no mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Mentioning that they don't have eyes, a nose, a mouth, nothing. It's just like a metal plate. And it's covered in that tan kind of cloth robe.
Alright, guys. Well, let's go check out our new digs for a little bit.
I wonder if they have crossbow bolts.
I'm gonna look at Nameless and give her like a slight bow and just say thank you.
Is it a her?
Him or her. I don't remember.
No
Doesn't even have a
pronouns this
face.
character.
Damn.
They.
A no name, no face. Yeah, you know, every time we receive a favor from this particular entity, there's always a price associated with it. Price of this one might be.
Yes. So did you just wake up small today?
So it would seem.
Did you just notice?
No. I mean, obviously I noticed right away, but I didn't want to bring it up while we were talking to a captain.
Some people are sensitive about their size. Maybe don't ask.
Are you smaller everywhere?
Technically, one part got larger.
I mean,
His
I
heart.
guess in
The
perspective.
toe that I was missing.
Oh, that is true.
See as Nameless just begins to help with carrying the barrels. And the 5 individuals begin to funnel into the rest of the crowd. You notice the captain has walked into a quarters, a double wooden door here at the back end of the ship as its upraised portion of the stern. They are passing through 2 double wooden doors, entering in, swinging through with wrought iron handles. They're slightly rusted, and nearby bell for an alarm. There's 2 circular portholes. After passing, you notice there's 2 different crew. The rope bridge, one stabilizes it, so you begin to kind of come up, and the other one kind of begins to grab your hand to pull you into the boat. Those at the cannons begin to pull themselves away, head in the direction of the cargo hold. And the scuttle here, the scuttle is indeed open. They're using the crane-like mechanism. On one side, as they're beginning to lift nets of barrels upwards, rolling them off, they begin to section and then begin to carry them towards the dock. As they're moving, you notice that there are 2 other figures here that you hadn't seen on the top deck until you made way from the dunes and then kind of got through. They have not quarter staffs. They have slight-looking bracers and gloves in either hands. They have kind of coverings of the face and other sorts of intricacies, and they have the same kind of blackish and gold robes, but they're more of open, and they appear to be moving some of the air around the ship just a little bit, and kind of understanding with the fog and the way the waves are working and some of the rocks and debris, that they're using magic. And particularly magic is they're maybe doing like a fog cloud spell, or maybe they're just kind of moving some things to kind of protect the ship, and maybe it's an arcane type of anti-divination or something that they're doing. They're kind of working magic right now and actually using the ship as maybe a focus to that endeavor. There are buckets of cannonballs that are lashed, as well as crates with this white and greenish liquid in crystal vials. And the crates are neatly placed against these golden bronze-like metal cannons that are put with their pulleys and straps towards the sides of the ship. They're also placed on arcane runes that are etched into the rusted metal. And then some of the metal of the top deck, the whole ship seems to be reinforced with metal, and the actual some of the metal plating has been kind of set over top of wood to allow for like slipping, right? You don't want to slip on things. So those are kind of like bracing for your boots with the studs, right? They kind of anchor down so you're not just like flying around the ship. There are 2 anchors, left and right, with wenches. This rope kind of go down in the hole themselves, and the anchors kind of lash onto the sides of the boat. So this entire ship is unique and it's impressive in the way it's designed. It's also, to your mind, it's extremely heavy. So the fact that this thing is able to move is crazy. Your eyes set upon something, nothing. As soon as you come into the top deck, everyone has a job. They have a purpose. Nameless is over on the beach. Captain has gone to the captain's quarters. There is a stairway going down to the bottom and only deck, right? Because there's only 2 decks, your top deck, bottom deck. And that has the cargo hold as well. That's down there. So you're kind of left to your own devices. You're unsure if the sail, if they're here another day, maybe they're kind of getting everything off and then they're going to be headed out, right? It's unclear to you all. You're just kind of going along with it. So they're shouting orders and they're moving things. Everyone, again, has a purpose. As they look upon you, though, they just kind of lower the head a little bit, acknowledging your presence. What are y'all doing?
While we're waiting, I will probably like approach Maldor and like maybe pull him off to the side of the deck, like towards the back, and be like, "Hey, do you want to teach me how you absorb those spells?"
Sure.
If there's
No.
any like slanted incline on the side of the boat, like where the stairs ascend or anything, I'll kind of just post up, chill, lay back, take out the fishing pole, and knowing damn well he's not going to catch anything from all the way up here, just for the aesthetic purely, is going to start fishing off the side of the ship.
Let's get him a new hobby. I like it.
Tegan has found something enjoyable and is fully hyperfixating on it to avoid everything else in his life.
It would be a shame if somebody cut your fishing Cool.
You're exactly like a dad that has like 3 kids that are like teenagers, right? And you're now like on vacay or something, and you're just like, I'm gonna go. I'll see you all later.
Yeah, you kids have fun.
Things to do.
Full midlife crisis.
Full midlife crisis. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, working on the fish. Malador and Varys begin to work on learning a spell for Varys there. Anybody else?
Strip
Thanos
as
is-
naked as possible, take a soft bristle brush and get rid of all of the sand in my scales while grumbling about how much I hate the fucking
I hate sand. I hate it.
Immediately, like, are
Cold.
you just on the deck doing
Just
this?
on the top deck, just
Just
he's
fucking
perennium
raw.
sunning, you know.
Raw dogging.
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah. I thought mine was the most ridiculous, and then Lucard's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking naked."
Thanos is just gonna find somewhere to sit down, and if somebody needs help, he'll help. But other than that, he's just hanging out.
You normies could only be so lucky to see something so magnificent.
He's a crystal
Poor-
dragon. It's literally his family jewels.
Jesus Christ.
So you want to learn a spell, Varys? How to
Yeah.
absorb elements.
Yeah, that seems pretty useful.
Can be. Very well. Throw a firebolt at me.
All right. And I'll target Maldor with a firebolt.
All right, 22 hits you. You resist.
No,
the
there
damage
punches you in the
for
face.
4 points of damage. Resisted. You don't need to attack on any damage. It's not important. And then you kind of begin to showcase the steps. What do you do? What do you do with your hands?
It's not a lot for him. It's pretty instinctual. He just kind of waves his hand and tries to like just bat the damage away, even though some of it snakes through.
Okay.
His eyes glow a bit. So did you catch that?
I think so.
All right. So now I'm going to attack you, and you see if you can replicate it.
Okay. Well, I don't have the spell.
Well, I just showed you the spell.
I can't do it like that. I mean, just so I don't get hit, I'll probably just shield instead.
Like, no, that's different.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, shield doesn't help.
Holy shit.
Right into the shoulder.
That's like 1/3 of my health bar.
They're
Oh, you
spraying
didn't
out.
roll the green flame bait damage yet. Hold on.
Fire begins to burn. Sizzle.
Yeah, what is it? It's 1d8. Yeah, and the extras for us, so it's just 1d8.
Well,
Tegan
yeah,
turns his head and
it's
he goes,
just
"Oh,
really
you
it.
kids."
There you go. Now resist the fire.
It's just the fire.
I think after that, I was like, I think I'm gonna go do this on my own now. I don't
Keep working at it.
Bleeding profusely.
yeah. I'll just start to work on the spell.
That's the only elemental damage he has.
You fucking hit me
Oh.
with your like insta kill fucking.
That's literally the only
Varys walks
elemental
by,
damage
I'm
spell I
like,
have.
"Varys,
Did 42 damage, right?
No.
22.
22.
Oh, 22.
I'm gonna wave Varys over. I'm gonna like, "Come here, come on, yep, come here," and I'll slap him with a fucking 4th level cure wounds.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. This is what you get for asking Maldor to help you with anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's fine.
You bet he learned.
He
He's
did.
gonna learn the shit out of that spell.
Is he though?
Look at those rolls! Oh my god!
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, the rules
God
are very
damn.
impressive.
All right, now I'm back to 60. Dude, you can like 3-shot me. It's pretty insane.
I think we could all 3-shot you.
No, you can't.
I definitely can't.
What?
You
I did
can't
just as much
3-shot
damage
me.
as-
I'm
Maldor.
invincible.
What was that 1d6? I'm confused.
The
That's the
fire
absorb
damage.
elements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because you shot. Yeah, so it was also 2 fire damage. I didn't need the green flame blade because
Yeah, you didn't need it. You could do the fire damage. So Maldor's axe is already burning with fire, and then it turns green on top of it.
Maldor's a
Resist the
jackass.
fire damage. Bam! Full
Also,
strike.
could have just punched him. Could have
Also,
just punched him.
Yeah. Well, then
Or
it would
just,
be
like,
green flame
shivved him.
test, and that's just not
No, but you had the elemental from the absorb element. so
right.
you
I
just
forgot
put-
about that because that usually auto apply. I didn't think. That's funny.
Let me find the
could have
the
just primal
spellbook
savagery
materials.
him.
It wasn't
There's a
great
lot
weapon
of-
mastery. Like, I was
Oh,
nice.
thank God! You would have killed me.
Imagine
If
if
you-
you had crit, dude, and you just
There's
like,
a-
instant TK.
Dude,
I probably
seriously,
would have
if he
tried to
crits,
chrono
you're dead.
shift that. But yeah, I don't know. That was wild. All
You
right.
rolled
Well,
low on your damage too.
You did roll pretty low in your damage.
Lesson concluded.
Lesson.
oh,
complete.
thank God.
You notice when you did that, actually, a lot of the people that are on the boat, they don't really care. So, like, they're kind of just watching you, something like tennis, maybe just like looking after using some of the magic, and they're just like watching this unfold. They a little chuckling. They're just kind of staring, right? And then some of the people helping are just, and then just going back to work. Like, this is like run of the mill type stuff.
Yeah.
They're not upset about what is going down. So,
Lucar, we could start a fight club on the ship.
gives you a little bit to work with there. Start a
Don't-
fight club on.
Don't do that, because Blue
Fight
Card will start it
club!
without consent from the other fighter.
It's great.
I
I
can either
think
confirm or deny whether that would be accurate.
I think Tegan will yell over to Maldor and just be like, I think option A would have been a lot more complicated if we chose that.
Awesome.
Just saying. I think it's more than just 60 people here.
Apparently, we're all friends.
Great friends. Best of
The
friends.
bestest of friends.
Right, buddy? I nudged the guy next to me.
You not? Oh, you dodged the. You dodged the person next looks towards you. Yeah, we're friends. Friends. You catch any fish?
No, the line's just hanging off the side of the boat. It's not even touching the water, but it's for the aesthetic.
Okay.
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 Oh my god.
All right.
Nobody looks like they need any assistance with anything, right? Thanos just gets to kick back for once.
No, they're literally all. They're all. Yeah, they're all good. They're all doing their own jobs. They're handling everything. Nothing seems to have any sort of problems. You know, this is a crew that can function on their own. So you all are kind of just along for the ride.
Can you fire these balls out of your crossbow?
I wonder if I could make a smaller version of this.
Of a can.
Pocket cannon.
I'll kind of walk up to
Pocket
Varys and kind of just like pull him over to a point on the ship where we're at least more than 5 feet away from someone, and I'll kind of whisper to him and be like, are we not concerned with like the association between the gold hand and the black hand? Is that not a red flag at some point?
The gold hand and the black hand?
Because they both have hands.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, maybe it's too obvious, but I'm not one to look, the obvious shit in the face and say, well, that's probably nothing. You never know.
Wouldn't you think the gold hand and the black hand would have beef rather than be on the same side? I mean, I don't know. That's a really
And where
Far
does Thanos'
stretch.
green thumb fit into this?
excuse me.
I have fish to catch.
Tian's fucking going through it right now, dude. He's like, I just tried to have a big brain understanding of the world, and somebody just made a joke about it. I'm over it.
50%
Solid.
trying to say an idea, 50% just fucking with Varys. But either way,
I just think it's funny that he came up to me. He's like, "Hey, man, are you worried that the gold hand and the black hand are like related?"
Yeah, that was
I'm
super
like-
weird.
I'm like, no, not really, but maybe.
They're two
What
different
about-
colors,
what about-
dude.
What about Thanos' green thumb, huh? All
They're
right,
fundamentally
we're talking about colored
opposed
body
to the
parts, okay?
clan.
every time, man. I always feel like I'm.
You haven't even seen my green thumb at work yet. I haven't grown any magic plants.
If you do, I'm sure Lucar would be interested in
I was
them.
gonna say, be careful talking about growing magic plants around Lucar.
I can grow magical plants now. Maybe not the ones Lucar wants, but I can grow magical plants.
I mean, look, we still have plenty of supply of leaf. If I let you study it long enough, I'm sure you can come up with something.
I wonder if I could turn my
Druidcraft
good berry
and
spell. Yeah, I can make my good berry into halfling green. Find a way to incorporate
Good
that. into the-
edibles. Is what
Yeah,
it's
dude.
saying is. Ediberries.
Oh my god!
The
When we
Adam
come back here and industrialize this island, that's definitely going to be one of our investments.
You act like we're ever coming back here.
Never know.
Honestly, Thanos, I don't know if I'm ever going back anywhere any day. That's why it's just me and my fishing pole now.
I thought we were becoming best friends, sir.
I didn't deny that, but nothing's coming between me and my fishing pole.
I mean, what you and your pole do together, you know, I don't need to know.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't like when you're insinuating, but honestly, it may not be sexual, but we do have a very close relationship. It was a long couple hours on that beach.
Apparently.
Apparently.
And that's not a joke about the time bullshit with this island. Just was very eye-opening.
Well, when we have some downtime, I will craft you some new fishing lures.
Bolts first.
Bolts first, fishing lures second. Yes.
What's
You'll
a fishing
practice
lure?
rule in like 12 years.
You really are new to fishing, aren't you?
Dude, I know you put the line out in the water. I don't know how I caught the fucking fish. I was out there for like 6 hours and I caught 2 fish. I'm clearly bad at this.
I will teach you how to fish. It's fine.
Okay. So, as we have a lot of free time available to us here, but you're really just kind of hanging out and chilling, the captain, Morgan, does come out of the captain's quarters every so often and kind of begins to tell other crew members that are stationed on the ship, and not necessarily those that are going off and doing barrel runs and stuff, telling them that, hey, this, let's pass up, let's patch up the lateen sail, or let's head to the mizzenmast. Right. So there's these certain sailor things they're saying. They're definitely very much attuned. That's different in terms of like a military ship, where you have like one hierarchy and a couple lowerarchy, and then you got the grunts, right? And there's like a chain of command. Is that everyone is treated as an equal with these orders. So the captain, as they're giving out certain things, they're being respective of what that person is already doing. Right. So they're kind of saying, what are you up to right now? That kind of thing. And then they're kind of working off of that. And the crew size, as I stated, and the numbers that they had, now that you're actually here on the boat, it actually is half the size of the crew as I had it stated. I stated 60 is that large number that you're able to receive. And now you're really understanding it's only going to be about 30 of these people. And it kind of gets you a little bit weirded out. But then noticing that some of the arcanists and the way that they're moving their hands it might not just be that they're changing the fog cloud and the weather, but also maybe that they are miraging. That if they were set upon, that they're actually miraging people to make it look like this is a lot of. So if anybody was to see, that they would see that this would be something not to be trifled. And so they're actively practicing this magic, and they seem to be harnessing the ship as if the ship has been imbued with some source of power, right? That they're kind of pulling off of and they're using as they're moving up and doing different things with their hands. They aren't wizards, more like sorcerers in the way that they're moving their hands into this natural magic of the sea that they're pulling through. You all are free to do what you would like over the course of this day. You're also free to ask Captain, right, when you'll be heading out. It's always a reasonable question to ask as they're mucking about. Nameless is primarily on the beach, and the captain is primarily on the ship. And those are the two authority figures on this boat, if there were two to point out to you. The rest are going to be a different species individuals that have very similar armament and attire, as well as a couple of the other arcanists, not just the two here on the deck, but there's a couple that come from below deck, and they're beginning to take shifts. There's also the smells of cooking happening from one of the stove holes that comes up from the bottom. There's cooks down there as they're prepping lunches and stuff. So really, we're going to come to like the noon hour, and that's when there is sort of a break happening here. Individuals are passing into the lower end deck, and they're kind of filling into a small galley, getting food that's given to them, handed out to them. Other cooks are also coming up with pots of stew, and they're beginning to funnel bowls that some of the individuals take out of their backpacks or satchels that they have with them. And again, just communal, everyone's treated equally, and you're given that. I'm going to go ahead and fast track this unless anybody has anything that they want to do, because it sounds like this is what you all want in terms of getting back to the mainland. So the destination of port that they had stated is that they're heading to Lathan. They're heading through Cedric Bay to the largest port city there and even on the continent itself, and they're headed to Lathan to port up and to disembark and maybe hang out for a little while. From the conversation, maybe a couple of days, right, before they bounce out. And it seems that they're running rum, so they're actually smuggling in spiced rum and other sorts of goods, and they're using the island as a staging area for unloading some of the heftier hull before they go back. They go to Lathan, they re-up on supplies and gear, and even get additional things that they're going to try to smuggle, and then they're going to come back here, unload, and maybe even go back to Lathan. So they're kind of running back and forth and maybe to other places in the world. And that's what you're able to overhear from the chatter, from the conversation, treated as equals as yourself, as well as slightly friends. They're not trying to hide any of that language or anything to you. Most of the bottom deck takes up the galleys on the bow, the stove and cooking areas up there. It's open, and then they have washroom, bathroom type areas, and then bunkhouse, the bunk actual chamber, and the hammocks, as well as bunk beds. That stuff sits on the stern side, and the rest of it is holds. There is a map for that. We're not going to cycle that to you right now. And so much of the ship is for cargo. So you can imagine that with a crew like this and with the beds, that they're on rotation, right? They're using the same beds, they're using the same hammocks, they're sitting at the same chairs, the same tables, using the same bathrooms. Okay? At a point after the day, we're getting into the night. And it's at this point that the sun begins to set, that transition is happening, that the whistle starts going off. Shouting of the sailors begins to slightly cease. The whistle begins to echo outwards from Captain giving the order up to those at the Crows to begin to signal for disembark, to take the cover of the night, begin to unveil the sails. Anchors are beginning to be pulled up, moving very efficiently. Still takes some time. And they begin to close the scuttle door, lashing down the holes in the cargo compartments, and they begin to get the ship underway.
Okay, so wait. You're telling me that Captain Morgan is smuggling spiced rum?
That is exactly what I'm telling you, Stephen.
Excellent.
I could not resist. Okay, yeah, I could not resist. I was writing this. I'm like, you know what? I wrote the story for this character first, and I was like, what would they name this character's name? And I was like, you know what? Captain Morgan. Damn. They do smuggle other things, but yeah, spiced rum is what they're currently in our campaign in the story that they are doing right now. So, we're gonna go ahead and transition our sound effects here. Give me 1 second.
Coolest sea captains Tegan knows from 3 to 1. Captain Kilo Yan, Captain Morgan, Captain Tom Thumb.
That's the one you made up.
This.
Well, Tom.
Aren't Tegan and Kilo Yan like mortal enemies now or something?
That's
Yeah.
why he's number 3.
Yeah.
If I knew 4, he'd be 4. I think at some point I kind of get everybody together. I was like, is it out of the question for them to ask us to just drop us off in Jinrula and head up towards the marshes? Is that not something we'd be interested in? Because I know it doesn't necessarily need to be immediately taken care of, but that was kind of the next thing on the agenda.
I mean, yeah. Also, we could stock back up on supplies before we go back in.
We do need crossbow bolts, apparently.
I won't feel comfortable until Thanos has like 100. And then I'll feel comfortable for
100?
More
like
than that.
2 sessions.
Probably like 400.
Like 3
That
bags
is-
of holding worth.
I mean,
He had 200 the last time we shot. and
I mean,
he's
he
been
gets,
out
like,
for 12 years.
Now with all of his crazy bullshit, he could literally take like a turn and use like 10 crossbow bolts in a turn.
amnesia aside, my memory isn't the greatest, but wasn't the whole thing with you, Varys, is that as long as you stayed out, the fort was safe, but now that the deal's broken, they could just fuck up the fort?
Yep. But
Okay.
You think he knows the deal's broken? I suppose he would.
I was about to say, I mean, the hold he had on my soul is just gone. It's not that I broke the deal, which I guess in term is kind of breaking the deal.
But that wasn't like, oh, mystical, if this doesn't happen, you're automatically dead. It was kind of like the verbal part where it's like, stay the fuck out and I won't destroy the fort.
Yeah. Basically.
So there was no magical binding to the fact of him being like, I'll leave the fort alone. So
Well, I mean, the magical binding was on my soul. Like, basically, if I broke the deal, he'd kill me. And then
How
take my
about-
soul.
now here's the thing. I could solve this by just sending a sending to the commander back at the fort. But is it worth... I mean, I feel like I have to, right? Now that I've thought of it.
Yeah, I mean, checking
Just
in on him
checking.
isn't the worst idea.
Man, why do I say things? I'll go ahead and cast sending. To be completely honest, I don't remember his name, but I think
Remar
Tegan
Luna.
might. What was it?
Remor Luna.
I'll go ahead and throw off a sending to Commander Remar and say, hope this message finds you well. This is Tegan. Was with you during the defense, checking in on the fort. You can respond to this, and I'll send it out.
New phone. Who's this? Just kidding.
It happens to everybody.
Not just you.
Yeah, not just me.
Not just you. So you send your sending message out. I'm just kidding. Send your sending message out, and then you get a prompt reply. Pretty late. So you see, Tegan, let's go. How the hell does this work? What's going on?
Is that the end of it?
Yeah.
Dude, fucking old people.
It's like you woke. It's like
Goddamn
you woke them
boomer.
up, right? It's like you. It's like they were asleep or something, and you like woke them up. Like, wait, what's happening?
Okay,
Seems
if
like
he's
fun.
alive, I'm assuming the fort's okay. I don't have the fucking patience to even attempt to message him back. But he is alive, so I assume that means the fort as well.
Keegan,
Yes.
why are you so irritable?
Especially when you fuck with everyone.
I don't know. It's. Don't hate the player, hate the game, okay?
I don't hate
The
the, game
problem
or
is
the
that
player.
you
I just
seem
want
to
you to
hate
be
the
happy.
game.
I'm gonna go fishing.
Like I'm getting the fourth degree. I'm leaving.
I've had enough. It's time to fish.
I feel like Tegan is the teenager of the group, dude.
Yeah. So at this point, you've been on the water. I would say, for a couple hours. You're heading out off the island. You're in the sea right now. Currently, the sea funnels through between the isle and the bay, and there's kind of picking up a current. The sails, the wind is quite good. So the wind and the rain, it comes from west to east usually into the bay and into Lathan. That's why there's so much rain in Golden Valley. And so you definitely have a really good tailwind here, and as well as the current kind of giving forward. After the hour or so, you're now leaving the isle in the backdrop. The sun set. You can't see anything. There's rolling thunder in the distance off the north side here. So it's about northwest of you right now, the isle. And so it's at your back end where this rolling thunder is happening. So it's developing a storm. Sure enough, the storm is going to catch up with you probably. The ship doesn't move as fast as the storm does. And so you're probably going to be in the middle of the thunder at some point. So it's kind of just marking it at some stage here in the night. That thunder will be there, the lightning will be there. So you throw down your fishing pole, you're kind of letting it go down. You might do some trolling, right? So have it on the back end, or you're kind of holding it out. And then you kind of feel that the pole is jiggling a little bit. I need you to please make a strength check.
God.
Oh,
That
God.
man just lost his fishing pole.
Oh, we just lost Tegan.
It's okay, I have dimension door. As long as I have good aim, I can get back.
He caught the Kraken.
My laptop is chugging right now, but I will get to it eventually.
This is a pretty substantial map. I also have animations going. The water moves. There's fog happening. The light as well. So this is gonna make your computer probably die.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It'll be a
that's
noble
easy.
death.
So you're holding on to the pole, and then all of a sudden the line just goes. You're kind of bracing forward. The pole is going forward, and then you can see this glowing of some bioluminescent thing, and it's just ginormous. It's easily 20 feet long, and your pole just gets ripped from your hands into the water, and then you see this, the bio just like disappears downwards into the.
No! God damn it!
He named it and everything.
You're like,
Mother,
you start, just
everything
kinda,
that is nice in this world gets taken from me.
you immediately hear a touch on your left shoulder, and you see one of the Golden Hand members holding a steel rodded fishing pole at your left. Just slowly begins to hand it to you.
No, I don't want that fucking piece of shit. It's not the same.
Calm down, okay?
I fucking stormed back into the corners under the ship.
That was a giant firefish. You expect to catch that with that shitty pole?
It wasn't about catching it. It was about there's something just I don't know who you are, and I walk away.
No way, you just. How are
And on
you
that-
so-
On that bombshell, we'll go ahead and end our session.
Know who you are! I'm taking it,
Oh,
goddamn
It wasn't about the pole.
Man just handed you the Porsche fishing rods, and you're like, no! I don't want your goddamn fishing rod. I don't know you.
that sentimental one.
That sentimental one that I've had for less than 24 hours.
Tegan's entire character concept is: what if an existential crisis had legs?
All right, so
fuck
I'll
he
get us
just-
off.
He hasn't felt right about anything in quite a long time, and he thought he found his thing. He really did. He's like, this is a good character choice for me. And then it just got ripped from his soul.
That's my DM style. I'll tell you what. I just rip people's souls out.
I think it's fucking hilarious. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
So there is so
And this-
Adam and Deuce actually that you're in Monday's off stream game, right? That we
Mhm.
have. So Joseph, right? I've probably killed that particular player. I've killed their characters more than I have killed any other player characters, like exclusively. And one of the player characters died in the most just horrendous way possible. So they were a genie, right? Warlock. And so they had the hover ability, right? So they could just like hover up. Well, they were in cover like of a wall segment and they were like attacking this fort. And they literally hovered like they're like, I'm gonna hover up and fire a spell off. And as they hovered up and fired the spell off, they got hit with a disintegration ray and literally vaporized. So this was the same session they had made the character. So they made it was one session. They were so excited. They were like finally getting to use their genie ability, and they get shot. And the heart, I took the heart and right down the chest. I squished it. I don't try to be that way. It just happens naturally. Okay,
Dude, honestly,
He had
There's
he had
no
my
ill will.
familiar
I think it's
try to
fucking
kill
hilarious.
me in the same session. You took your vision bowl away. He was like, "Hey, I found some berries," and I immediately was like, "This shit's
I didn't
poisonous."
say that they would kill you. I said that they were poisonous in large quantities.
He also
And large-
quantified large quantities. How many can a hawk thing really hold? You know?
Yeah, no. So in concept of berries, like think of like a salal berry, right? So salal berries they're Pacific Northwest. They grow all over the place, but they are actually poisoned in large quantities. So if you have like a bucket full of them, you're gonna be like shitting your brains out, dying, right? But if you have like a handful of them, it's cool. It's gonna be all right.
You're just gonna shit your
That's-
brains out.
That's the level that I was hinting at. Like
Oh, okay.
they were doing it as like a kind gesture that they had found the berries in the way, and they're just kind of like peace offering.
Yeah, I didn't believe him.
Yeah, I know you
I
didn't
thought it
believe
was
him.
100%
But why would
black
Alexander have any
berry.
knowledge of poisonous berries? And as I stated, don't exist anywhere else.
Yeah, well,
Their knowledge is your knowledge.
you can never be too careful with familiars.
I've literally hit Peyton with the most traumatizing fear off of a thing that shouldn't be really helpful and friendly to you.
I never use it because he's such a dickhead. I'm like, I'm just not gonna fucking deal with. I hate talking to it every time.
I just one thing that I find hilarious about this whole session is that because of the character choices I've made, Tegan had such a way worse, more traumatic reaction to losing a fishing pole than he did losing the dragon egg. I just find that hilarious.
Yeah, the dragon egg was like something you were like, I really want to keep it, and everyone was like, fuck no.
No.
Oh man, it's too good. It's too good.
No, my fishing pole.
I
so
also
we
want
have-
to find out how the commander knew I was there.
You should ask.
Right?
Tremor sense. No, I don't know.
I mean, he could have true sight.
That's not. He didn't. They recognized. They pointed at Thanos without even looking, and their eyes went
Yes.
wide, like they were hit with some
Oh, shit.
premonition. They were hit with like a premonition. They were just like, and then they pointed.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Maybe he's just really lucky.
You feel a lucky punk.
All right, so we have 931 experience each, puts you at 50,595 experience total.
Almost
Enough
like
level up.
Also,
Oh,
the other thing about Tegan in this campaign so far is every time he tries to fuck with someone, it just so happens that they have an immunity to being gaslit because that's just the way their characters are written. Like the guy who owns the Enterprise in whatever town we were in, and this guy, it's just like, it kind of makes sense that you can't really lie to them because that's their livelihood.
So
that
what
one
you're
time
saying
when
is
he tried to
everybody
get
you
us a
encounter
discount?
is unfuckable.
Every time Tegan tries to lie, he lies to the one person that absolutely knows he's fucking full of shit.
It was just like, "Hey, you're good," but yeah, no.
All right. For watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the Ill-Fated, hopefully you check us out next week. Saturdays at 11. And then if you're wanting to watch more, you can always watch the Wayward Ones at 4. So there's that. Anyways, check y'all later. And you have a good Saturday. So bye.
Bye.
Uh,